This grandpa is proving that age is just a number. As he has been going viral for his insane physique, people call him the Roid Father, as his physique cannot be achieved naturally. But what's even crazier is he's 77 years old, and he's committed to making it to 100 looking shredded. But do you think he will make it? This grandpa is proving that age is just a
Yo, what up?
Car dealer. Car dealer. Okay, a bunch of car news now that we are in May. Yeah, and I'm going to go through it quickly because I know that Kenna doesn't care at all. All right, couple of key points. April sales, really, really strong for new cars. We talked last month about how a lot of consumers pulled forward their purchase, wanting to avoid tariffs. That kept happening in
So
April.
we think this was a pre-tariff result.
100%. And like every analyst has basically said, we don't actually know anything. Even the Fed Chairman Powell today said in the Fed's comments that the data from April and Q1 isn't realistic because it's not actually a true measure of what purchasing looked like because everybody pulled forward. Right. Purchasing
Big
inventory,
purchases.
purchasing big purchases, whatever.
Inventory,
That is certainly true here too. There are some exceptions. There's some automakers that just had very weak Aprils.
Hello, Wandering Mason. I'm doing pretty okay.
They weren't importing cars, Porsche being one of them, to be honest. But a lot of the mainstream manufacturers had really, really strong April sales numbers. Not surprising. We kind of knew that would happen. And that's why some manufacturers freezed price increases or Ford went to employee pricing to just kind of try to incentivize that. But that all kind of changes now. Today, Ford announced that on 3 of their models, the Maverick, the Bronco Sport, and...
React to this.
Let me see.
$800 Gambler? I'm gonna actually have a genuine conversation because they'll probably ask me if I am I'm addicted.
Problem Gambling Supply.
Hi, is this 1-800 Gambler?
Problem Gambling Supply, how may I help you?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk to somebody. Oh yeah, if you think you have a problem, call 1-800 Gambler. No, they answer the phone with an attitude and hang up on you. They don't give a fuck about you.
Burger King.
Burger King? Really? This is 1-800 Gambler. You're posing as Burger King? What? These fuckers gotta be fired. I'm calling back.
Problem Gambling Supply, how may I help you?
Hi, who am I speaking with?
A helpline specialist, how can I help you?
Yeah, I would like some help, please.
How may I help you?
Just getting connected to someone who can help me with my gambling.
Okay, have you tried praying over it?
Have I tried praying? You're laughing! Oh my god!
Are these people who are not making any money? Is that for real? Because if that's the actual hotline, it sounds like the people who are doing that are doing it for free. And, like, obviously they're gonna fuck with people.
It's the third one I'm blanking on. They're going to raise prices by up to $2,000 starting
Thanks for that
June
donation,
1st.
Mr. Krabs.
Such a shame. Maverick.
Right. They're their cheapest product, by the way.
The moment all these tariffs were announced, I was like, this is going to hit Maverick.
Yep.
And
It's made in
Maverick, one of the
Mexico.
big selling points of Maverick is its affordability.
Yep. It's going to be a
$2,000 price increase. Is that $2,000?
$1,200 on the Maverick, but some of the
That's
other models.
5%.
Yeah.
On a base Maverick.
Because it's both in Mexico. And there's other manufacturers that will inevitably start doing that too. Ford is the first to very publicly say it, but everybody else has kind of hinted at that.
Plus,
starting to
if
happen.
it's $1,200 now, but they probably can't continue at a 5%. Only a 5% increase if they're paying significant tariffs. So
so every manufacturer has kind of started to come out with guidance for what's likely to happen. A bunch of manufacturers, Mercedes-Benz, Volvo, Stellantis, some others have basically said, we have no idea what's going to happen. We are a public company. Public companies generally give guidance to analysts for what they expect to have happen. They've pulled their guidance. They've just said, we don't know yet. We'll come back to you with more information, which is rare. Incredibly rare that anybody would do that.
Well, it's bad, short-sighted policy, and I think that the automakers hope that the government comes up with a similar conclusion.
Yeah, and manufacturers are also very clearly trying to adapt both long-term and short-term. Long-term, it is having some of the effect that President Trump and his administration want. Audi has said publicly that they're looking at building U.S. capacity to build a new EV. That'll be a few years from now, but they're going to invest in that. That's certainly what the Trump administration wants. At the same time, GM has said that they expect about a $5 billion tariff impact to their revenue in 2025. They have also said publicly that they think that they can offset about 30% of tariff costs internally. What that really means is they will cut jobs and they will cut investment.
So here's where the tariffs to benefit American workers. Here's where the tariffs come into play. They're just going to lay off American workers.
Volvo cut 125 jobs yesterday
in South Carolina,
in the U.S. And basically what Stellantis and GM and everybody else has said is, this is going to impact American jobs and it's going to impact investment in our future products. What you do is you try to offset the cost for what you have right now, and you extend product life cycles. You stop investing in whatever's coming next. Maybe you invest in factories in the U.S., which is desirable, but it comes at the expense of any expense you can cut right now to make the next couple of years close to break even.
The unintended consequences of policy are unbelievable. Yep. Policy making is a lot harder than a lot of people think. A lot of blustery people who kind of say, "Oh, why don't we just do this or that?" And there's a reason that a lot of things are the way they are. And it's so funny that we're going to end up losing.
I know you are exhausted because of all the dieting, but I need you to measure your collarbone length and biacromial breadth on stream. My collarbone length is 7 inch and biacromial 18-19 inch.
I don't think I'm gonna bother doing that, but thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi.
Monty Pajit story.
Let me take a look.
Illegal to jerk off on a commercial airline flight. 39-year-old Krishna Kunapali was an Indian national flying on a half-empty flight from Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates, kind of near Dubai, to Boston. And he sees this attractive woman from behind, seated up in the next section, and she had the most beautiful, luscious hair. And his mind starts rolling, right? There's a seat empty next to her. So he plops down next to her and he tells her how beautiful she is. And he begins stroking her hair on the plane and telling her that he's very, very wealthy and that he would pay her $5,000 to sleep with him at his hotel room when they arrive in Boston.
Okay.
Layla turns him down.
No.
Not into it. Not into it, Matt Cox. She's having none of it. And he takes out his cell phone and starts taking pictures of her because he wants to memorialize how beautiful this woman is.
Wow.
She's losing it. He actually goes back to his seat, like a section behind her. And then Layla goes and tells the flight attendant, hey, listen, this is what occurred. I don't know this guy. He did this, he did this, this. And the flight attendant, gives her an appropriate amount of comfort. Meanwhile, our boy, Krishna, is back in his seat. And there's people sitting around him. This is an international flight, so you got the section on the right, you got the section on the left, you got like 5 seats in the middle. There's a lot of, still a half-empty flight, but there's people there.
Right.
Another passenger, a dude, looks over, and Krishna is taking care of himself, is pleasuring himself there in his seat.
And he's got the photos.
The guy's looking right at Krishna. Krishna keeps at it. And then Krishna looks over, makes eye contact with the dude, and then pulls the blanket up over him, but continues doing his thing to himself. Right? And so the guy notifies the flight attendant. He's like, it has no context. All he does is see the.
Okay, the guy jerked off on a plane, whatever. That was kind of way too long, and there's no payoff. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs. Ominous Mangus donated $2. Oh my god. Those are ominous Mangus. Oh. Oh my god, that's a Hyrax. It's like a little potato. Oh, wow. Look at those pretty sheep. Oh my god. Oh, they are so nice. Oh my god. Oh. It's a dog and a piggy. Oh my god. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, look, they're friends. Oh my god, they're friends. That's amazing. Oh wow. Those are big rodents. Oh my goodness. I want capybaras. Thanks for the donation, Ominous Mangus.
Could you measure your wingspan for me? I am curious.
Pretty sure it's exactly my height. Thanks for the donation though, Fuyu.
How much do I have to pay you to measure collarbone length and biacromial breadth on stream? I really want you to do it, but look up how to measure it first.
Why do you care? I'm not gonna bother, I just don't want to. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi. It's fucking weird.
Base Teok.
Let me see.
Your entire identity, your entire sense of self-worth is based classism, racism, misogyny is based the denigration of immigrants is based you are better than women and trans people. Your entire identity.
I do not see a future where AOC becomes president. She's really not the type of person who should ever become president. Like, clearly drinking some Marxist Kool-Aid. Thanks for the donation, though, N-word.
American jobs and already have lost American jobs due to the tariffs, which in theory are designed to protect American jobs, but will not have that effect. Yep. And probably will never have that effect. I mean, Audi trying to build a factory to make an EV. What's the timeline on that? Years. You know, GM is saying a $5 billion cut to revenue. They're not saying that they're going to make these big investments in the U.S. What everybody's thinking is we're just going to wait this out. Yep. And there's going to be a couple of tough years probably, and there might be a recession as a result of these stupid tariffs. But the country will then realize like this isn't what we want and elect somebody who's not pushing it.
There will be tough times in between, right? Like Rivian and I'm quoting specific companies just to make the point that I'm not saying this. Rivian and others have said that they expect weaker sales because they expect the tariffs will impact that the economy overall will slow down, and that will impact especially upmarket demand. Not surprising. I think we've been saying that for a long time. There's a lot in question here. I mean, there's both, can we build cars? Can we produce them here? Are there people to buy it, et cetera? Yeah. That makes it tough. I will also say, this is going to mean less interesting cars coming out a few years from now. No automaker is in this time where they have to really do some penny pinching to survive. Invest in something cool.
Of course. And it's going to mean higher prices for used cars.
Yeah.
And this is going to hurt.
Hassan got interviewed on The Daily Show.
It's common knowledge that the podcast world is full. And most especially in content and social mistake. Were you surprised that so many young people showed up and voted for Donald Trump?
No.
I might have made him a fascism. I'm just getting used to the old fascism. Being drawn to the right.
But he captivated by right.
Do Democrats want to just be considered a joke and never win an election? My God, Hassan is, the big name among lefties and Democrats. Hassan, the terrorist. There's clearly a lot more Marxist crazy progressives in the Democratic Party. And on these, congratulations, you're banned. And in these news networks, it's just bizarre how they're propping up Hassan for no fucking reason. Thanks for the donation, Poop.
Hurt us all unless you run a used car auction website.
Right.
But I don't feel though that benefits me. It will probably benefit our business. But I feel like I'm an enthusiast first. I already got my money.
To be honest with you, as the values,
I mean that truly.
Because we saw that huge run up in 2020 and 2021 of used car values. When it started to come back down again, I was happy because it meant that people could get into these cool cars.
And by the
again.
way, we're still selling cars.
Yeah,
whether
absolutely.
the values are up or down, We Cars and Bids are still selling cars. Yeah. Obviously, the revenue is lower when the values are lower, and so we'll probably make money because of the tariffs. But as a car enthusiast,
you make money until the economy.
And that's the other thing.
Yes.
So then we make more money, great, for a couple months. And then you have layoffs because companies who are getting product from overseas can't continue to sell that product. And so they start laying off workers, people lose their jobs, and they stop buying stuff. And that includes our product.
Yeah.
Suddenly we're affected even though we're not actually tariffed. And then the whole economy starts to slow down.
I actually do mean new cars 5 years from now, they're going to be less interesting.
Yeah.
There's already a bunch of manufacturers that are saying they're not going to sell specific products in the U.S. The Jeep Compass, which nobody here cares about, but Jeep's newest product, has been revealed. That we know when it's going to go for sale in Europe and other markets. They've said it's not going to come to the U.S. They were planning on it. Sure. That will be true of a lot of other products where they're just not going to bother.
No, I've never played Ring of Red on PS2. I don't know what that is.
Not everyone out here is playing games, and you guys need to all realize that and leave people the alone, okay? If you want to make it to 2026, I'm suggesting all you leave people alone.
Wes Watson, that silicone-ass loving piece of shit. You know what he's doing now, that asshole? He's out on the streets because, look, he's got trial coming up in early June. But that doesn't stop him because he's still out there doing stupid shit. He did a collab with Little Pump Man. Remember that nail polish wearing little lover of his? Then he goes, his Sharmuta Angie. He's trying to have procedures done on her to turn her into his personal blow-up doll.
Injections. You guys are gonna love this. All the haters, you're gonna love it.
And then we all know how much he loves threatening people. Well, he thinks it's a good idea to still do it.
If you want to make it to 2026. I'm suggesting all you pussy fucks leave people alone.
And best of all, Ashton Hall. Remember the banana balls across the face rubbing piece of shit scammer that we just did a video on? Well, Wes thinks he's a good guy, and how we're all a bunch of assholes for making fun of him. Wait until you guys hear all this shit. But first, Angie, all right? You guys know Angie, his sharmuta. I feel bad for her suffering with this guy, right? Look what he's doing to her now. He's trying to turn her into his personal blow-up doll. And he's taking her to have these procedures done to make her ass bigger.
Buddy, she wants those plastic surgeries. Like, wasn't this chick on a fucking podcast a few months ago complaining about Wes Watson and how he's abusive and everything, and now she's right back with him? Okay, well, I guess it's fine then. Dude, every fucking chick, as soon as they get a hold of money, they all get fucking plastic surgery. Even these good-looking girls in Hollywood, like that chick who's playing Starlight in The Boys, she got a fuck ton of plastic surgery, absolutely fucked her face up. It's just what women do. They just want to fuck their face up with plastic surgery and shit.
Injections. You guys are going to love this. All the haters, you're going to love it.
So yesterday I got a liquid BBL, and I want to share with you ladies what I've actually done.
And this is the thing, okay? We're men. We all love a nice, round, beautiful ass, right? Big one. But not this kind of big. But this is the thing. He's making her do it with silicone injections, which is, you know, one of the most dangerous things in the world to do. It's not even the silicone.
There is no fucking way in hell. He's, like, they've gone to a plastic surgery clinic and they injected liquid silicone. You can't do that. So it's some sort of filler, like, what is it, hyaluronic acid or something? It's something that can be broken down and metabolized by your body. You can't inject silicone. They don't do that. So it's some sort of filler injection into that area, but it's not silicone. Silicone implants are a thing, but there's no such thing as silicone injections. And if you compare BBLs, like traditional BBLs, where they do fat sculpting basically, versus, again, those filler injections, the filler injections are safer. BBLs trigger heart attacks and shit.
Silicone implants. But it's the silicone injections, which is not reversible.
Angie, you could get silicone injections sold. Done. Let's go. So I went and I got my booty done.
And he's putting her entire...
There's no way they went to a plastic surgery clinic. She must be mistaken. There's no way anybody's doing silicone injections.
Entire life in danger, encouraging her, taking her to get this shit done for his own self, which I don't understand. Because think about something. Who likes this fucking look? Who wants to fuck a pair of massive basketballs, an ass that looks like basketballs, right? Being held up by a pair of hockey sticks skinny. That shit is not attractive. And if you touch it, it's hard as a fucking rock. Who likes that shit? And that got me thinking. Do you guys remember when Wes was on the couch and Angie was riding him on his balls like a sharmuta, right, at a strip club? He goes up the steps and we see the reflection on the glass where his sting made that presentation showing us all what he had and we didn't really want to know. Think about something. That thing, that poor little thing in his pants was probably in a lot of pain. And how big can it possibly grow? And think about it. She's on his lap, grinding that hard ass, right? And every time he wants to poke out, It's like trying to poke out through a cement wall. That shit's gonna hurt, and even if it wants to get bigger, it can't. So him encouraging it is the stupidest thing he could ever do. Another thing, you guys see what his butt buddies did? I mean, you guys know how he tattooed to cover up his two-haired, three-haired comb over on top of his head, that cone head. He put that stupid tattoo to advertise to the world how much he loves sucking dick, right? Well, big titties. He saw it. He got jealous because he's like, I want people to know that I like doing it more than him. So you know what he did? He tattooed how much he loved sucking cock on the top of his head, that asshole. And then the Fu Manchu dumbbell carrying Joe's son, piece of shit, right? He got jealous. He saw big titties do it. He saw Wes do it. So he has to tag along. We know him, his character, how he is. So you know what he did? He tattooed 23 on the top of his head because that's the amount of times he went down on his knees for Wes and big titties the week before. He wanted to advertise it so the world can see it, that Fu Manchu bitch. So now we get on to Ashton Hall. That banana balls across the face loving man. We know how much
funny
he
how he
loves it.
hates
He
these
showed it to
people.
us many times, right? Well, you know what Wes says about him? Of course he's going to say this. He said that we're a bunch of assholes for making fun of him and that he's a great guy.
So I'm going to go out of my way to show you my exact daily routine, so then a bunch of people could just make memes about it and villainize me and talk shit about my life like they did the other guy. That guy's a good fucking guy. All you guys making videos about that dude, I mean, just because he used Saratoga water and dunked his head in shit, he's showing you what worked for him. The f*** you gonna make meme videos about that for? You didn't have enough balls to make your own video about your life, so you have to throw that guy under the bus? He's just trying to help you guys. What's the matter with you people?
So he's saying, how dare us make fun of this guy? He's a great guy, you know. He doesn't deserve to be made fun.
It's kind of weird how he's trying to defend Ashton Hall. They have to be buddies or something. Like, there's no way he'd care otherwise. And it kind of checks out, like, Wes Watson had that scam business, and then Ashton Hall has that scam business, so...
But of course he's gonna say that, because what just happened with Ashton Hall? We caught him scamming, people coming, asking for their money back because they didn't get the services that they were supposed to get, or it wasn't done at all, and as of yet, there's been no refunds. So of course Wes Watson is gonna stick up for him, because think about something. This guy reminds him of himself. He walks around, he's got his little bitch-ass purse on his shoulder, wearing those Gucci clothes, lives in the con capital of America, Miami, right? Driving the fancy cars, and now selling programs to people to teach them to be entrepreneurs, or selling them coaching, and then not providing the services and scamming them just like Wes does. So of course he's gonna stick up for him and say he's a good guy.
Like, this is why the world makes me sick. Some fat dude saying he shouldn't wear compression leg sleeves. He's doing too much. The f*** does your fat ass know about leg sleeve compression sleeves, you fat Oh, dude, I hate these people. Like, the guy's just helping you, and you guys make fun of him.
Now, after that video that I put out, Greg Doucette put out a video. Many others have reached out to me with the same problems. They reached out to Greg with the same problems. And I've said before, always give somebody the benefit of the doubt. Let's see, is this asshole going to address it? Is he going to give people back their money? So we're going to see. But in the meantime, Wes, of course, he's going to stick up for this guy. Because how could you not stick up for a guy that reminds you so much of yourself, you asshole?
You motherfuckers need to realize there's gonna be a day where you roll up to the wrong motherfucker and you think they're one of these happy-go-lucky jokester-ass f***s, and they're not gonna fucking play with you, okay? Not everyone out here is playing fucking games.
Hey, Matto, what's up?
And you guys need to all realize that shit and leave people the f*** alone, okay? If you want to make it to 2026, I'm suggesting all you pussy f***s leave people alone.
For the next year.
Drug-tested Andrew Tate.
Three index is consistently like, I don't know, 9, 10%. EPA, bottom of the barrel, dude. Yeah, you got to get on this. Keep going. Lipid panel, mangled, bro. Fuck. This is the same as last time, essentially.
Holy shit. Andrew Tate's LDL is 174. That is outrageously high. Yeah, this guy's at very high risk for heart disease. That's ridiculously high. He has to be eating a ton of fucking saturated fat.
So nothing's changed from 2023, it looks like. Notably, we actually have metrics, though, that are indicative of genetic predisposition. Like we have an LP little a somewhere in here, which we'll get to. An ApoB as well, which I don't think he's ever tested. But damn, yeah, you know, like on a surface level first, we have a total cholesterol of 239. LDL-C of 174, so even closer to familial hypercholesterolemia territory, almost clinically qualified to get prescribed the most aggressive of PCSK9 drug therapy to lower that. So this is...
Hopefully he dies.
Yeah, hopefully. It'd be nice if he didn't exist anymore. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Not something to just leave... Even if you're metabolically healthy, we've seen that it is not immunity from cardiovascular disease via atherosclerosis. If anything more.
No, I don't like Eurovision. I'm not gay or retarded. I also don't like ballet. I also don't like knitting. I don't know why the fuck you'd ask me if I like Eurovision. Like, what the fuck do I look like?
More recently, we've seen evidence that it should be taken seriously among everyone, regardless, and don't hang your hat on the fact that you have good fasting insulin levels or whatever. Unless you're doing regular CT angiograms, you're just not gonna fucking know what's going on. And even then, I still wouldn't hang my hat on that, assuming that you're assessing, you know, with the most rigorous and scrutinous of detail, all the plaque, soft plaque that is accumulating and whatnot. Like, it's something that almost certainly...
What a retard. Free teen total.
Using LCMS, we have 859 nanograms per deciliter. So it doesn't look like the last one was too far off, even using immunoassay. However, his free test was way off. So his first blood test result that he had reported, well, again, you know, it could have actually been totally legit, but I'm not saying it was like a fudge thing, but I just mean like the calculation of free T. If you're not using equilibrium dialysis or ultrafiltration, like you were ultimately...
What do these people in the chat think you are, a girl?
I don't know. I get asked stupid questions a lot, but like... Eurovision, what the fuck are you talking about? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Doing a suboptimal means of calculating it, and then oftentimes it's going to be based on a suboptimal means of calculating your total T to begin with that was inaccurate. So this is the gold standard. Your total T, this is literally testosterone. There's no inflation via, you know, synthetic anabolics or endogenous metabolites. This is the amount of testosterone he is producing from his testes. And this is the percent free test via equilibrium dialysis, the gold standard, 1.5. So a typical reference range for adult males, 1.
He's, at least right now, since he got this test, Definitely not on TRT. If he was on TRT, his free test levels would be higher. I don't know if they got SHBG, but yeah, usually SHBG goes way down. Vasodilation, that'd be an interesting one.
Levels themselves. So sorry, I digress. Back to ADMA. So elevated ADMA are associated with significant subclinical atherosclerosis, while elevated SDMA are associated with kidney function and strongly correlate with reduced GFR. So these are kind of like progressive metrics that are useful for assessing vasodilation potential as well as kidney function via metrics that aren't as
No, I'd never go to Eurovision.
manipulated by muscle mass. So ADMA, asymmetric dimethylarginine, is a byproduct of methylation, and elevated levels impair nitric oxide production and often are elevated alongside homocysteine and LDL, and elevated levels of ADMA can increase the risk of heart disease, erectile dysfunction, kidney dysfunction. His is pretty high, like 97 is pretty close to 100, obviously. And to me, I would guess that later in the test, we will see high homocysteine as well. Like as homocysteine is elevated, it impairs the clearance of this. So, you know, I would.
What a surprise. The dumbass who follows a carnivore diet and eats like shit is in really poor health. B vitamins
appear to be too bad, and other markers.
Wow, B12 is only at 543. Yeah, my B12 levels are at 1400. So mine are about 3 times higher than his.
Markers on here appear to be supportive of that as well. Getting into the B12 and folate. So folate, almost low, which tracks with what we just talked about when it comes to methylation capacity. His B12 could maybe be higher too. So he's not technically deficient on paper, but you know, pretty close to it, and would absolutely fall below what would be considered optimal in Merrick Health. So he needs to increase his, he could either take a B complex, like a methylated B complex, or he could change his diet. But I mean, I suspect it's going to be easier to just add the vitamins in and get that to where it needs to be. But yeah, this folate level, I would say especially, needs to be higher. And it looks like his methylation needs support. All right, here we fucking go, buddy. Gonadotropin output. This is what you guys have been waiting on, as have I. LH and FSH, middle of the road, 5.5, 5.6. So notably, these numbers elevate with age. Is that an indication that somebody is, progressively doping more as they get older or something? No. Hopefully that's obvious. But similar to when women hit menopause and all of a sudden LH and FSH skyrocket to scream to signal to produce hormones, and it's just not responsive. The same happens in men, just to a more muted extent and more gradual. LH and FSH will rise in response to inadequate response at the testes. So
he's probably not on gear, at least as of right now. A1C.
I don't want to make it seem like it is, but I will end up talking for fucking hours about this if I don't get on.
Whoa, he's pre-diabetic
with this. So hemoglobin A1C 5.7%. This is interesting. So he is pre-diabetic according to this reference range. Now again, this is an average over 2 to 3 months of your glycation via your red blood cells. So
dude, Andrew Tate is in horrible fucking health. He has fucking cholesterol that is just through the fucking roof, impaired kidney function, and he's pre-diabetic. This guy ain't fucking living long.
To me, this suggests that, well, first of all, what was this other one? It was a 5.43% in the 2023 result. So it's higher. I guess we'll see what his fasting insulin is to see how insulin sensitive he is in this test result. But yeah, that's interesting. So 5.7. So to me, this indicates not potentially like slow red blood cell turnover. So like there's definitely not like, if there was even a suspicion of blood cleaning, I would have probably noted something in here as well as in the hematology. This is like almost old blood essentially, because he is on a carbohydrate restricted diet near keto likely, or it's like, you know, carnivore-ish. So if you have enough glucose floating around and subsequent glycation being recorded in your red blood cell metrics, to me that suggests that this is like really slow turnover or delayed. And I think this should be looked into more in terms of, we'll see his fasting glucose and his insulin.
Bombay cats. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh, those are nice kitties. Oh my god. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh. Those are some nice kitties. I love kitties.
In a sec, but he should probably do a follow-up with some other metrics just to see, or use a CGM to kind of assess why on such a carbohydrate restricted diet he has a high hemoglobin A1C. But yeah, we've seen before that he's had a normal one, so this might just be a blip. Who knows? The guy is like literally redlined sympathetic drive-wise perpetually. For all we know, he is just like consistently noradrenaline releasing fucking glucose into circulation constantly via his nicotine and caffeine use, and just being like what's he say, he's like at war and is to dispose of glucose effectively. So he's, you know, sleeping 6 to 7 hours a day. How restful and deep is that sleep to begin with, given the guy is like literally working out like caffeine from 2 days ago still when he gets to sleep every day? Blood more than anything. Like there's no evidence of like perpetually.
That's the cat breed from Flow.
Oh, right. I still haven't seen this movie. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Prostate-specific antigen. I mean, probably not worth digging into. IGF-1, like it's fine. IGF-1, 155. So is he on HGH? Not that it looks like to me. So if you were using HGH to get up to a 155, your
that would be like nothing. You'd expect it to be closer to 300.
HGH either sucks, or you're not using very much, or you're not a significant IGF-1 like converter at the liver, I guess. But I mean, yeah, we would probably see other metrics that would point to it being clear versus not, that he is versus like, to me, this looks totally natural. So yeah, I'm not too concerned about that, but worth noting as a thing to revisit potentially. Reverse T3. So this is interesting. 26.2 nanograms per deciliter. So I mentioned earlier briefly, I don't know if I actually defined what it is, but I might have just mentioned it. But reverse T3 is like an inactive form of thyroid hormone that is produced in the body. And when you have T4 converting to T3 or reverse T3, it can be problematic if you have a heightened amount of reverse T3, because it is essentially an inactive form of T3 that can bind to the same receptors as T3, but doesn't act. But I mean, something to kind of like log. So vitamin D, 37.5. Notably a steroid hormone, not necessarily just a fat-soluble vitamin. It is very impactful on many things, including bone health, goes overlooked. Even
Random Garbo donated $2. Let me see.
Hey. How hot do I look right now? Pretty hot.
What? Lights. Oh, good. They have a big ass generator down there. Natural gas, baby. You figured it out yet?
How'd you fix it?
It was a loose connection. Antenna.
They found our mess at the school. Good.
This show is
Can I
so
help?
bad.
No. Why? Because I'm stupid? That's not the word I would use. Really? What word then? Non-school oriented. Fuck you. I went to school. Let me help.
So, the numbers are locations. The TV station we were at, that's 6. There's a lot of chatter coming out of 2, so I'm assuming that's their home base.
I'm triangulating. Do you know how that works? Yes. With triangles. It's pretty standard. I get a bearing of their troop movements and then triangulate back to their bases. I'm estimating angles, so, I mean, if I had a protractor, it would be a lot more accurate. Oh, I actually brought a protractor. You did?
She's such... So they got the ugliest girl imaginable and made the dialogue worse, so she also acts like a retard. And we're supposed to take this shit seriously.
And I hated math. I'm gonna leave you alone now and go and explore the rest of this place because you're smart as fuck and you're figuring it out.
Give to its producers to turn The Last of Us into a shitty dinsey sitcom.
Yeah, really. Oh, it's embarrassing. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Ellie. Yes? Yay.
Where's 14? Not 100% sure. Okay, then guess. If this is 7, 12's all the way over here.
I just still don't understand what the fuck they could have possibly been thinking. How the hell does Spider-Man, like from Sam Raimi, keep coming back with the memes? Oh my god. I got in trouble for the school picture, a bonus note from Mom. I made a goofy face and got in trouble. Additionally, my mom was so upset she wrote this letter and made me take it to school in person and turn it in. The embarrassment was unreal. That literally just looks like he's smiling. I can't fucking read this.
Did you hear that a God of War series is in a work on Prime? Spoiler alert, from what I heard the producers have never played any of the games. It's like Halo all over again.
That's a really bad sign. Dude, the Halo TV show was just unwatchable. Horrible. Just none of it made any fucking sense. Like, they're huge plot holes. So, yeah, I'm not expecting much. The Fallout TV series was really good, but yeah, I'm not expecting much from the God of War adaptation. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. I literally can't even read this. There are the most horrible pictures do ever Keen, I refuse to accept this package and demand either a refund on a retake. You are supposed to be professionals. This is not professional work. He looks retarded.
Well, what do you expect from a TV show based of a video game? Most of them suck.
Yeah, but I mean, it's Last of Us for one thing, and two, they completely changed the tone of the show. Like, massive dialogue changes, massive story changes, huge changes to how the characters just act and what they're motivated by. They just deliberately made everything worse. So I don't know what the fuck happened. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. That kid's parents are fucking assholes.
The capacity to utilize androgens effectively, so how well your body actually utilizes sex hormones, as well as the production of them to some capacity. This is a metric that I would say he is not suboptimal, probably. I think he should probably be closer to like 60, I would say. But it's, you know, again, subjective, but in general, it's not like the higher the better. I certainly wouldn't say like you need to be at 100, but I mean, he could absolutely benefit from a bit of vitamin D supplementation, I would say, or more sunlight, I guess, but probably more just some vitamin D supplementation. Let's see, lipoprotein little a. So the genetic factor that a lot of people don't realize is important to test for. So values greater than or equal to 75 nanomoles per liter may indicate an
Zed donated $2. CCTV captures moment before a man kills friend with a single punch. I don't know why you sent me that. Thanks for the donation, dude. Jalen donated $2. Think I remember you saying Homelander is more moral and a better person than Omni-Man. How come Omni-Man is worse? No, I said the opposite. Didn't I suggest the opposite? Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
An independent risk factor for cardiovascular coronary heart disease. So this is something that is not necessarily manipulated easily through diet. Like it does.
You can't really alter LP little a much through diet, and treatment for high LP little a is just done through lowering ApoB. So statin therapy, PCSK9 inhibitors, shit like that, they just try to bring your ApoB down as much as possible.
doesn't really budge that much through diet, lifestyle changes, etc. It's kind of like a genetic predisposition that is, if it's high, you kind of then need to aggressively manage the rest of your lipid profile accordingly based on your risk. So you're not going to be able to crush this into the ground manually through drugs or through running more or through your diet changes, really. It's something that you then need to balance the rest of your profile accordingly based on the elevated risk that it puts you at. So it's good to see that he doesn't have this, because that would be like the final straw on like.
Yeah, he just eats a diet that's very high in saturated fat.
Okay, so these are hectic, dude. C-reactive protein. So as mentioned,
very high. Jesus Christ. Last time I got my C-reactive protein checked, it was non-detectable, so it was at 0.
Systemic inflammation. This is like the marker most people are the most familiar with when it comes to markers of like general inflammatory activity, and it can be transient, but given that he has a glycoprotein acetylation score of 469 as well, and then all the other stuff we talked about, and oh my god, dude, 15.9 homocysteine. Yeah, so like this whole thing, this is just like inflammation city. So yeah, man, like this is basically like systemic inflammation is what I'm gathering is a big factor here, and that coupled with the lipids, coupled with the blood pressure, it all overlaps, but it's all health stuff. So, you know, is steroid use going to spike these? You could have carrier oils that are, you know, from UGLs cause spikes in C-reactive protein for sure. This stuff can be affected, but, you know, for a guy who is as rich and connected as he is, he's going to be using clean gear. He's not going to be using shitty stuff. You know, this stuff is more indicative of diet, lifestyle, and maybe genetics, I would say. So a fair bit as well. The omega-3 supplementation. But yeah, this stuff is not going to be heavily influenced by the, I don't know, it depends what we see on the urine analysis, but we'll get to that. Let's get through some of this shit quicker. Sorry, I'm taking forever. So GGT, good. You know, this kind of like corroborates some of the other stuff earlier on the metabolic discussion that looks solid. It makes me more confident in saying his liver and kidney function is solid, and he has good, I don't know, antioxidant activity to some extent. TPO antibodies are solid. Fibrinogen, zinc status.
Yes, Gig, you go to the blood doctor to get your blood checked.
Progesterone, insulin. Okay, fasting insulin of 5.1. So he is very insulin sensitive, at least what we can discern from, you know, ideally he would.
Who do you think will win in a fight between Kratos and the Doomslayer, both at their prime? Well, Kratos is literally immortal and can't be killed, so I'd have to go with Kratos.
Have a, you know, oral glucose tolerance test, but I mean, fasting insulin of 5.1, it's pretty, from what we've seen, there is something that's leading to the high hemoglobin A1C that seems to not necessarily track with a reflection on his insulin sensitivity metrics. So at least, you know, from what I could discern, like this looks like a really good fasting insulin. So he is, I would say, metabolically healthy, but likely in a state of constant stress, inflammation, and perpetually sleep deprived potentially as well. And he should get a sleep study, man. Just see how much these stims are really affecting how restful and deep your sleep is. T3 free, 2.6, so not necessarily ideal, but, you know, is there symptoms at the end of the day? You know, that's going to be kind of the end all.
That's interesting. His sex hormone binding globulin is a bit high, so yeah, he's probably not on gear.
Be all when it comes to...
His ApoB is high.
You know, do you have low body temperature? It's not very hard to tell. You can literally check it daily and assess over time, similar to blood pressure, and really see, you know, how much actual functionality are you getting out of your free circulating, you know, thyroid hormones. Magnesium could probably go up a fair bit. And I think that might help the blood pressure as well. And also maybe chill out his mind that is at war constantly. Help his sleep for sure. Sex hormone binding globulin, here we go, 54.6. We saw that coming. So borderline high. That explains the 1.5% free T, obviously. And to me, this is kind of expected for somebody who is on a carnivore-ish diet, you know, training hard, not eating a lot of carbohydrates. Yeah, so you would see this lower in an androgen abuser typically. Apolipoprotein B, the
very high. So, yep, he's at high risk.
Asked my parents why they stopped at 4 kids. Mom said it was to fill out the 4 dining room table chairs. I asked my dad and he said they're not mine. My whole life is just to fill a chair. Make it make sense, man. I got retards for parents.
Just, you know, focus on playing video games, getting pussy, and, you know, hitting PRs in the gym. And maybe sending it on a dirt bike. That's all you really gotta focus on. Everything else is bullshit. Who cares what anybody else thinks as long as you're getting laid and slaying it, you know? Thanks for the donation, Born to Sit in a Chair.
The primary marker you want to look to aside from Lp(a), this is the one that is highly influenced by your lifestyle decisions, if you use drugs or not to lower it, diet changes, etc. And an ApoB of 122 with a borderline familial hypercholesterolemia, LDL-C, like, I think he should consider either some diet changes, but likely, like, how much does he want to, like, he's pretty set in his ways. I imagine he wants to continue smoking his cigs, taking his caffeine. You know, for a guy like that, the fastest track to fixing this stuff is going to be through drugs. So I would get this in check immediately via, you know, what, depending on if you would want to subject yourself to it, and certainly not medical advice, obviously, but if it were me, I would probably be looking at like baby statin therapy with, you know, ezetimibe on top, potentially a PCSK9 inhibitor, and just get the shit into range where it should be, and then deal with the rest from there and dial in. So a high blood pressure and an ApoB of 122, near 190 LDL-C, you know, highly inflammatory state. Guys just got to get this shit handled. But, you know, his HDL wasn't crushed from androgens, SHBG is high, testosterone levels look normal, free T is proportionally lower even than we might have expected. ADMA, SDMA, these are all things of just health. Quick, but all right, so we have the assessment of endogenous hormone production, which looks solid. And I think this, if I was to go off this, I would say, yeah, it looks pretty natural, but it's like, what about the urine analysis? So let's get into the actual drug test metrics next. Well, let's look at Tristan stuff too, because I don't want to ignore it. Low vitamin E, low fasting glucose, interesting.
You would expect low vitamin E if they're following like some kind of dumb carnivore diet.
If anything, decent omega check, but I mean, it's still bad. It's just better than Andrew's. But he should be supplementing as well, probably, or eating some fish. Let's see. Same deal, man. High total cholesterol.
Holy shit. Yeah, 173 again. Their diet is terrible.
High LDL-C. Let's see. Total T of 860. Wow, it's like almost the same shit as his brother. 1.2% free T, even lower percentage than Andrew, with a 104 picogram per milliliter free T. So very strong total production with a like okay free T. It's just inhibited.
This is Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate's blood test.
What I suspect to be partly through perhaps underlying inflammation, but also more than
Was arguing with a pro-Pali on Twitter who brought up that they were a vegan and said I was quote presuming their veganism unquote when I said they were a fake vegan for not agreeing that predators need to be culled or genetically modified when feasible.
Not enough people really know of the culling predators argument, where I'd say somebody isn't vegan just because they don't support culling predators. But, and I mean, just practically speaking, we're not gonna do anything about it anytime soon, so I wouldn't call somebody not vegan just for having that view, but thanks for the donation, retard.
Than likely just lack of insulin signaling resulting in higher binding proteins. So we're going to scroll down and probably see the...
I'm pretty sure elevated plasma ferritin also has something to do with higher SHBG.
An even higher SHBG, ADMA at 89, SDMA at 105, better B12 levels, folate's a bit better than Andrew's as well. Signaling, gonadotropins, LH and FSH, kind of the same deal with a 3.2 though, a bit lower of an FSH. Nothing standing out as wildly different. Not pre-diabetic, so that's good. And again, it makes me wonder if the Andrew HB1, hemoglobin A1C was kind of just a blip based on, like, it is an average over months, so it's kind of hard to ignore, but they're obviously capable of producing normal hemoglobin A1C numbers, and they have good fasting glucose levels, good fasting insulin levels. High DHEAS, I imagine this is just a blip. Cortisol, prolactin, even lower IGF-1. So like we would see higher IGF-1s if they ate a lot of carbs and they ate a bit less meat, I would say. Because it's a lot of just lack of insulin signaling. Reverse T3 is even higher than Andrew's, so that's problematic, but more from a health standpoint than and a performance standpoint, but not necessarily indicative of steroids or anything. Vitamin D, same.
I wonder if they're on, like, some weight loss medications, because they both have very high reverse T3. I wonder if they're taking some sort of thyroid hormone to help with weight loss or something.
Deal kind of. LP(a) looks similar to Andrew's as well. Better inflammation scores actually. So C-reactive protein low, glyc-A much lower than Andrew's as well. High estradiol sensitive. So this it's like barely. It's based on a reference range as well, and he has a high total T. So like. How much do I read into that as anything? I don't. High homocysteine.
That's just a normal level. If his estradiol was like around 50, 60 or higher, then that might... Even that doesn't necessarily say anything, but... Yeah. Estradiol 36, that's just normal.
Cysteine. Okay, the same deal. He's got to be trying some of the same stuff as his brother, I think. And again, a lot of this is kind of diverting into health.
It's funny too, cause they were like, well, no one seriously argues for that, it's unfathomable currently, but at the same time they think that Israel could collapse overnight for some reason, lol. Just totally retarded, but you're right, fake vegan was too far.
Israel's not gonna collapse overnight, but, I mean, they definitely have to defend themselves. Thanks for the donation, retard. What's the significance of SHBG? It's sex hormone binding globulin, so it just prevents, it controls the amount of testosterone that's actually bioavailable for your body to use. So if you have very high SHBG, that can prevent your testosterone from actually working.
Stuff, but wow, 3.0 fasting insulin, like that's dialed, buddy. Yeah, so they are pretty solid on a, it's kind of like a paradoxical metabolic health breakdown, because it's like you'll see some stuff like the, you know, hemoglobin A1C, some of this inflammation stuff, but then they're like, they train fucking hard, they eat like good diets overall. Like the fact that they control their calorie intake and then
They do not eat good diets overall. That's why their LDL and ApoB is so high.
of the calories, 80% is like good meat. In itself, you're beating like everyone essentially. It's just like the smoking and the fucking everything else on top of that, you know, could be problematic. So SHBG of 73, man. Like you guys, if you had just a bit more, had some carbs, you know, you could get this down, you get your IGF-1s up, you could get your free test up quite a bit. Like there's a lot of leeway
fuck.
for
His SHBG is through the fucking roof.
optimization, I would say, just from like a hormonal balance standpoint. And it would also drop the binding proteins of the thyroid hormones too, and free up some of that T3. So we don't have a total T3 here. We have a free T3 of 2.7. I'm sure we could get more free circulating, metabolically active T3 going through the binding protein reductions through some carbohydrate implementation, even if cyclically. ApoB 119, same deal, in my opinion. I don't know what his blood pressure is, but if it's like his brother's, which I can only as far as what I've seen, like Tristan's actually probably even worse from like a just burying fucking copious amounts of caffeine and stims. But maybe that's just for show on social media. I don't really know. But kind of a similar interpretation. So that makes it easier for me. I don't have to go through this in intimate detail like the other one because it kind of looks similar. All right, here we go. Urine tests. Heavy metals. Looks okay. At a glance. You know, I would love to get a bit deeper on some of this stuff, and it would be worth doing. And I would recommend working with a professional to do it, because it's certainly not my expertise to dissect heavy metals, but I know people who have been heavily affected by accumulative exposure to metals, and it's been very impactful on quality of life especially. So it's worth dissecting some of this stuff. I'm just probably not the guy to do it. I would work with somebody at Merrick Health or another comparable in quality company, or somebody who specializes in this. All right, anabolic steroid screening. Balasterone, the compound that so many people use. Just kidding, it's pretty obscure. Boldenone, so no EQ. 4-chlorotestosterone, nothing. Danazol, nothing. Drostanolone, also known as Masteron, not detected. Fluoxymesterone. I'm actually like almost testing my recall of some of these drugs because it's been a while since I've looked at the chemical names relative to the brand names that they were initially released in. Halotestin, none detected. Mysterolone. God, what is that? Proviron, none detected. Methandienone, Dianabol, also known as methandrostenolone, none detected. Let's see. Methandriol, none detected. Methanolone, none detected. Methyl testosterone, none. Nandrolone, nothing. Okay, so no Anavar, no Anadrol, no Winstrol, no Tren, no the masking agent, no Clen. Normal specific gravity, normal interpretation of T to epi-T. I'll be the judge of that. Let's see. So we got a total testosterone of 23.6 nanograms per milliliter, epi-T of 39, so a T to epi-T ratio of 0.6.
Oh, 0.6.
Okay, so just so you guys know,
Other way around.
like this is urinary excretion, first of all. So these are all via urine analysis. This is what like WADA would do to assess if there was a detection of these compounds. And then for TRT or testosterone enhancement, you'd be looking at this, and this is kind of where, you know, some of the infamous pops in the UFC have come from, as well as some other sports. But the UFC was like most prominent in actually reporting the numbers and like being very forthcoming about who popped and how they popped. I think Chael Sonnen famously had like some extraordinarily high T to epi-T ratio when he popped, or maybe it was I forget who it was. I mean, he had like a fucking 60 or something. I think maybe Chael had 16 or something. I've done videos on it, but
yeah, Overeem had like a T ratio of 16 or some shit.
Anyways, in general, this would be considered abnormal when it exceeds 4. So reason being is if you look at this chart, you can see cholesterol, and if you want to imagine all the stuff between cholesterol and testosterone in a steroidogenesis chart, you would see basically, pregnenolone, and then the offshoots of, progesterone and progesterone metabolites and DHEA, and down to androstenedione, and all the way to testosterone, and then the metabolites of testosterone through DHT. An offshoot of this, you would have, estradiol and all the estrogen metabolites as well. But notably up here, you have epitestosterone. So this is not a byproduct of testosterone, so it remains stable, and it kind of acts as like the basis, the infrastructure to go relative to what is being manipulated here. So if this goes up in general, like you would see a disproportionate spike in the ratio because this is going to elevate, but it's not going to cause a elevation in epi-T. Rather, you would see a disproportionate spike in T to epi-T that is not necessarily influenced via negative feedback dramatically because it's an offshoot of upstream kind of like adrenal steroids offshoot metabolism. Whereas test, it has its metabolism into other androgens like DHT, and downstream to that, through different enzymatic pathways, etiacalanolone and other things. But the main one is this because it's kind of like the one you can count on to remain stable and not easily influenced by the T level. So if you are using steroids exogenously that aren't testosterone, you would see this level typically plummet because you have negative feedback to the hypothalamus, which would shut down your testosterone production. And as a result, you would have a really low testosterone to epitestosterone ratio. So for example, if Andrew was on, I don't know, let's just say nandrolone, we would see in his blood work, we would have seen it bottomed out total T probably. But what we would have seen in here is a T to epi-T ratio. So something like really low, like when we see 0.6, that is not low. And even if it was considered to be low, you would then look at the concentrations to see is there a bottomed out urinary testosterone as well. And there's not. So like there's ways to kind of like math out and pattern recognize what is happening to assess if there is actually a shutdown or a use of synthetic anabolics that is going to be influencing the suppression of these numbers or an inflation of them. And from what we see here, there is no anabolic steroids detected and there is no exogenous testosterone being used. And even if there was, let's just say you had like a, I don't know, like a cholesterol derived testosterone that was like isotope ratio, like carbon isotope ratio proof testosterone, we would have seen the effect of that on the concentration levels, both in the urine as well as in his actual blood work. Like you're not gonna dope to a 859, whatever it was, total T with a free T of like, 1.5% free T. This is, like maybe in sports, like if you were like literally cutting into nothingness and you were trying to like make, a super lightweight class that would have absolutely crushed you otherwise, that is where like a carbon isotope ratio proof testosterone would be at.
So they're probably natty in all likelihood, but they just eat like shit.
Here, I'm gonna train as perfectly as humanly possible.
Pointless. Pointless. Pointless.
First up, we use this DEXA machine to measure our starting body fat percentage.
Anything done with this, you can just throw it out. It's absolutely useless. Coach Craig, and I'm really excited to watch this video. Jeff Nippard and his brother gonna find out how much muscle could they put on in just one single year.
No skipped workouts, no lazy sets, no exceptions.
And so if you remember me being critical in the past, I was saying that Jeff Nippard wasn't training very hard. He was leaving too many reps in the tank. And so Jeff Nippard, perhaps after years of me encouraging him, he's decided to train to failure. He's gonna push his limits, and even after 15 years of training, could in fact continue to put on muscle while being, as he always has been, 100% natural.
You build most of your muscle in your first few years of lifting. Then it slows down. And there's a theory out there that once you've been training for 5 or maybe 10 years, you've built all the muscle you can build.
We call it your natural genetic limit. I've been saying for years, Jeff Nippard, he isn't close because he's not training as hard as he actually could. And his brother, he's got newbie gains. And remember, these guys have amazing genetics. You might not think that they do because Jeff Nippard isn't all that tall, but Jeff Nippard's actually elite level bodybuilder and powerlifter. His brother obviously has similar genetics to him. They have the same parents. We're going to find out. What can a year of solid training your ass off harder than last time actually do to your gains?
Once you hit your natural ceiling, you have a decision to make. You can either maintain what you've built, saying goodbye to any new gains, or you can take anabolic steroids.
Jeff, you said you can either take steroids or you can just keep what you got.
Oh my god, Turkesterone does absolutely fucking nothing. Shut the fuck up.
This might sound like a stupid question, but which is better, chin-ups or pull-ups?
Well, chin-ups are gonna focus on your biceps more, but they're gonna be fairly similar when it comes to lat recruitment. But yeah, chin-ups are more for your biceps, pull-ups are more for your back. Thanks for the donation, Never Back Down.
Also add in Turk Builder as well as GO2 Max. Now, I hate to be the one to have to break it to you. No, I actually love it. This shit works. It's amazing, and if you don't believe that it works, there's a money-back guarantee and a $20 gift card. And so imagine how much more muscle, that's right, more muscle Jeff would have put on if he would have been using Turk Max for an entire year. And so perhaps Jeff could run another experiment. Do the experiment again while using Turk.
Yeah, please, prove that this fucking garbage supplement that's a complete scam doesn't fucking work. Oh my god, Greg is such a fucking asshole.
Turk Builder Max and see for yourself. Why are tens of thousands of people continuing to rebuy it? Oh, it's the placebo.
Because they're fucking stupid. Dumbass. Tens of thousands of people are buying Derek More Plates More Dates turkesterone supplement, and there isn't even turkesterone in it. People are claiming, oh yeah, I'm making so many gains on this Turk supplement. There's literally no Turk in it. Yeah, people buy dumb supplements. You fucking retard.
Placebo effect. You guys are crazy. You'll buy creatine and grows despite the fact that Turk Builder Max is way, way better. And so if you're interested...
Where's the evidence that turkesterone is better than creatine? Show me a randomized trial. Oh, you can't. That's right. So you're just making that up.
Code Greg, 15% off, probably sold out. And so go to the website, become a VIP, get a text message, and then you can buy it before everyone else does. It's always sold out.
To set the standard high, I'm going to take an ambitious guess at how much muscle I'll gain this year.
I'm going to guess that Jeff is going to gain 3. 4 pounds, it is in fact a lot. Remember, if you could gain 4 pounds a year for 10 years, it's 40 pounds. Jeff, I'm going to guess he gains 3, and his brother, I'm going to guess he gains 12.
I'm going to guess that I will gain 4 pounds of muscle. I think Brad will gain double that, 8 or 9 pounds of muscle.
Jeff, do you have no faith in your brother? Literally, newbie gains. An entire year of training with you as his coach. And you only think he's going to put on 9 pounds in an entire year? I was thinking he was going to guess 20. I mean, how many out there would expect to gain only 9 pounds in an entire year if you were being coached by Jeff Nippard himself? He has newbie gains. And so to gain anything less than 10 pounds, I'd be disappointed.
So with my own research team as my biggest haters, we got our starting measurements done. 5'4", 0.7? 0.7, yes sir. If you take that, internet.
All the haters, Jeff is 5'4.7. That's 5'4 and 3/4. I am 5'6. I read it all the time. Coach Greg's lying about his height. He's exaggerating so. I don't lie. I tell it like it is. I'm a frigging commander, a 1.8%er. Why would I lie about my height? I'm very factual, very honest. I tell you like it is.
First up, we use this DEXA machine to measure our starting body fat percentage and lean mass.
So what did you predict you were at?
I think I said 14.6. It said that I was 15.8% body fat. That was a bit higher than I expected.
Honestly, I would have said Jeff was at least 15% body fat, likely a little bit more. It came up to 15.8% body fat. And so I'd say it's a pretty good guess.
It also said I had 132.7 pounds of lean mass.
The DEXA scan is not the golden standard for testing body fat. It's actually the MRI, followed second by my laser eyes. Many people, they laugh. Oh, Coach Greg thinks he's good at guessing body fat. I'm better than a DEXA scan. Do you really think the DEXA scan is so accurate? It easily could be off by 15%. And why? Water weight. I could easily fool the exam, and that's a video I should be making. I go to the DEXA scan and prove that I can put on 10 pounds of muscle in one single day. Oh, it's impossible. Do you know how easy it is to fool the DEXA scan? But do you know what's very hard to fool? Coach Craig's freaking laser eyes.
We did thickness measurements for our biceps and quads.
And so Jeff's brother, upon my laser eyes, he's about 35%. You're thinking, no, he's 25%. This is 35% body fat. The DEXA scan is saying 36. And so remember, he's obese. This is very much overweight. And so if I were coaching Jeff's brother, the first thing I'd be doing is I'd be putting him in a calorie deficit. I believe in 1 year of coaching Jeff's brother, could have had him drop his body fat to somewhere between 15 and 20% body fat while adding on a minimum of 10 pounds of muscle. Lose fat and build muscle at the same time. Now, normally I preach to main gain, but when you're obese, I think it's much better to reduce your calories, slowly lose body fat, and once you get to that ideal range for you, perhaps it's 15%, maybe even as high as 20, and at that point, you main gain.
First, I'm taking the last set of every single exercise to failure. No exceptions. Even on heavy compound lifts like presses and squats, I'm pushing that last set until I physically cannot get the weight up and literally drop it.
And remember, beginners, you don't have to train to failure, but as you move into intermediate and advanced like Jeff Nippard, you have to push yourself. The body requires a stimulus.
Remember those live animal feeding videos? Well, there is a new from of animal abuse on YouTube, the Dog Ice Bucket Challenge.
I'm not watching that. Fuck these losers. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
For muscle growth to occur. And so if you're leaving 1 to 3 reps in reserve, as is often preached by many science-based lifters, you're not going to grow maximally. When you're advanced, you need to train hard.
And before we knew it, it was time for our first check-in.
Moment of truth. I'm a little nervous. Are you?
No.
What am I nervous about?
So this was shocking. After just 1 month of training, Brad is already up 12.7 pounds of lean mass.
Exhibit A DEXA scan, it's not accurate. It says in 1 month, Jeff's brother, he put on 12 pounds of muscle. In 1 month. He wasn't on Turk Builder. He wasn't on steroids. Bro was only taking creatine. 12 pounds of lean tissue in a month. How many believe that that's possible to put on 12 pounds in a month? I predict he's going to put on 12 pounds an entire year. 1 month, he's up 12. How much is he going to put on by the end of the year? 50 pounds? Is he going to make an even greater transformation than even Hussein Farhad, who put on close to 40 pounds in 3 years? 12 pounds in a month. This is not possible. And so already, I'm questioning the results.
His body fat percentage dropped from 36.2% down to 33.4%. And the ultrasound showed he gained 14 millimeters on his quads and 1 millimeter on his biceps. That's in 1 month.
Bruh.
He put on 12.7 pounds of muscle in a month while dropping his body fat by 2.8%. And so he literally put on 3 times more muscle than the fat that he lost. And so how is this possible? Remember, some people don't even think you can build muscle and lose fat at the same time. He built muscle and lost fat at the same time. 12 pounds of muscle while dropping close to 3% body fat. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in a month. If you had said he did it with steroids, I would still be thinking, really?
Well, it's a percent of body fat, so that doesn't mean you actually lost body fat. It means just fat went down as a percentage of body mass.
Is it possible to make this much improvement in only 1 month, even with steroids? But yet, here he is doing it natural.
Believe it or not, I'm also up just over 3 pounds of lean minutes.
And Jeff, he put on 3 pounds of muscle in a month. I said I put 4 pounds of muscle in a month, and y'all called me a liar.
Yes, you are indeed a liar. That never happened.
Coach Greg is lying. He just wants to sell his supplements. I wasn't lying. I literally reported the data. I watched the scale go up 4 pounds, and I didn't gain any body fat. Do you not think that I know my body? When I look in the mirror, I can tell if it's fat and or water. But yet Jeff can gain 3 pounds of muscle in a month, and his brother can gain over 12, all while being natural, and I do believe they're natural, and you guys don't question any of this? My personal opinion, this is proof that the DEXA scan, it doesn't work.
And in 5 months, we'll finish our bulking phase and do another check-in. People say that bulking is pointless because you just get fat.
Hold it right here. Why are we bulking? Jeff's starting weight is over 15%. His brother is over 35%. Why are we bulking? Bulking doesn't benefit you when you've already bulked. Jeff's brother, I'm not trying to make fun of him. He's already bulked. He's 35% plus. If you're 35% plus and your coach puts you in a calorie surplus, unless you're a sumo wrestler, fire your coach. I have all kinds of respect for Jeff, but this is not worth it. When you have a family member who's already obese, you don't put them on a bulk, even for science. I disagree with it. I don't like it. You can say I'm a hater. I'm just telling you how I see it. His brother should be on a cut. Oh, but for science, they need to do the exact same thing. Does that make sense? If you had a man and a woman, would they need to eat the same amount of calories? 300-pound man, 100-pound woman, hey, for science, they're both going to eat 3,000 calories. That doesn't make sense.
At the 9-month mark, we'll do a third check-in. This will be the end of our recomp phase, where we'll try to
No, haven't played Doom yet. We're gonna play it later.
build muscle and lose fat at the same time.
During the recomp phase, you're going to decide if you can build muscle and lose fat at the same time.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Something that might be helpful is you've previously said you vaccinated your children. Just because I think this is a helpful answer, and this isn't a gotcha, I promise. If you had a child today, would you vaccinate that child for measles?
For measles, probably for measles. What I would say is my opinions about vaccines are irrelevant. I have directed Jay Bhattacharya.
Sure. No, like I said, I don't want to.
So that everybody can make that decision. But I don't want to seem like I'm being evasive.
Yeah.
But I don't think people should be taking medical advice from me.
Right. No, I got that. And I'm not asking you to give them medical advice, but would you vaccinate your child for measles?
If I answer that question directly, that it will seem like I'm giving advice to other people.
Fuck, he's the HHS secretary.
And I don't want to be doing that. I want people to make
but that's kind of your job.
He's the HHS secretary. What the fuck is he talking about? What a fucking retard. Just a lying weasel. I know you're angry about immigration. I get it. Mark my words. I will take back control of our borders. That means cutting migration, ending the use of asylum hotels, ramping up our efforts to stop small boat crossings. We will smash the people smuggling gangs at source. Well, that's good.
Yeah. Why should English people pay for you to have a house?
Maybe they give me house, they give me anything I can need, they give me.
Just give it.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Why should English people...
Like, this was obviously a joke from the very beginning. These people aren't asylum seekers. They just realized, oh, Africa or whatever shithole they crawled out of is shitty, and Europe and the UK government are giving us free money to live in a better country, I'll just try and live there. Like, that's all it is. Why didn't they just stop this earlier? Like, it's just stupid.
It can be detected there. I am concerned about the fluoride issue. I've seen the benefits, having been a practicing dentist for 22 years. I just noticed this morning that the FDA brings action to remove ingestible fluoride prescription drug products for children from the market. And as I'm reading through this, I want to see some of these studies, but it says the best way to prevent cavities in children is by avoiding excessive sugar intake and good dental hygiene, obvious. Then it says, for the same reason that fluoride may kill bacteria on teeth, it may also kill intestinal bacteria important to children's health. I would tell you, you don't prevent cavities by fluoride killing the bacteria in the mouth. What it does is make the enamel more resistant to decay. So I want to see the studies on this and where we're headed with this. And I will tell you that if you are successful in banning
US politics is a fucking joke, dude.
To find out what your rights would be.
An agent came out and took me into the interrogation room, and they started asking me about these. They started asking me about crazy, like, do you like Donald Trump?
That's American-born Twitch streamer and left-wing political commentator Hassan Piker.
He wasn't American-born. He grew up in Turkey and he immigrated into the US. Oh yeah, CBS News. Great journalism. What a retard. He was born in fucking Turkey. What are they talking about?
Recounting a 2-hour encounter with federal agents after he arrived in Chicago from a family vacation in Paris. An incident he talked about at length to his millions of followers.
Everything I've done is fully protected under the First Amendment. Okay? And none of these questions are actually valid questions to ask.
So we took that issue to our legal analyst, who says the location here is important. International travelers do give up certain Fourth Amendment rights to search and seizure, but there is a line.
Immigration has an absolute right to ask you who you are and to see your identification, but they don't have a right to ask you questions and demand answers of things other than your identity and your citizenship.
A Homeland Security official acknowledged the incident, telling us, quote, "This is nothing but lying for likes," claims that his political beliefs trigger.
So was he actually born in New Jersey, but then he just immediately went back to Turkey or something? Because like he talked about growing up in Turkey. So his dad like flew him out to the US, or his mom out to the US for him to be born in the US? And then they just moved immediately back to Turkey?
Triggered the inspection are baseless. Our officers are following the law, not agendas. Piker again addressing the issue on a Tuesday live stream.
They openly admit to it taking place, right? Saying that I'm lying for likes is very funny.
Our legal analyst.
Oh, what a nothing burger. Why does he always give a salute when listening to the national anthem? He's an anchor baby? Okay. The entire time. What a dork. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Same time, he's just proven it in month one. He put on over 12 pounds of muscle in month one while dropping close to 3% body fat. And so he built muscle and lost fat at the same time. and did so in spades. I've never seen anything like it.
Obviously, we're both eating the exact same calories and macros. 3,000 calories, 150 grams of protein, 410 grams of carbs, and 85 grams of fat per day.
Why 3,000? Just because it looks cool, is that the actual number that they should be eating? Jeff in month 1 has increased his body fat. He's already past 15%. Jeff is a bodybuilder. Bodybuilders, in my opinion, remember, it's just mine, I don't think they should be going above 15% body fat. If they do, it's a waste of time. Much better would have been for Jeff to not go on a bulk. Why not start at, say, 2750? Why not go there? And if by chance you're losing energy, you don't have the great pumps in the gym, you somehow are feeling weaker, then up the calories. But to arbitrarily start at 3,000 calories, it's too much. And for his brother, it's way too much. He's 36% body fat.
I should absolutely put him in a 5 to 20% caloric deficit and have him lose fat while building muscle. But I can't do that. If Brad's in a deficit while I'm in a surplus, that's an uncontrolled variable. And we need every variable to be the same except our training experience.
And so Jeff is acknowledging this. I should be putting my brother in a cut. And so I'm glad to see him say that. But he's saying for controlling the variables, he wants them to be on the exact same calorie diet. Just because you have the same amount of calories doesn't mean you're controlling the variables. I know it seems like you are, but being a researcher such as myself and with my master's in kinesiology, this is not controlling the variable.
Greg is not a researcher. Again, this is the same cocksucker who says turkesterone's better than creatine. And then he's calling himself a researcher.
Controlling the same number of calories doesn't control the results.
Dodo donate $2. If that were Biden, CNN breaking news, Biden did a salute during the national anthem instead of putting his hand on his heart. He has dementia. He was promised a Trump Tower in Damascus, Syria. Yeah, I know.
How did you find the Syrian president?
Great. I think very good. Young, attractive guy, tough guy.
He's a former Al-Qaeda member, by the way.
Strong pass. Very strong pass fighter. But he's got a real shot at pulling it together. I spoke with President Erdogan, who I'm very friendly with him. He feels he's got a shot at doing a good job.
Before traveling here to Doha.
Well, before their meeting, President Trump announced plans to lift punishing U.S. sanctions on Syria. He says Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who attended in person, and Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who you just heard mentioned, and who joined that meeting on the phone, both played an instrumental role in his decision. Look, we can't underscore how important this trip is. President Trump announcing the lifting of all sanctions on Syria following that historic meeting.
Why does it look like she's staring directly into the sun?
In Riyadh with the interim president. Joining me now.
It's really weird. It's like her face is like this the whole time. Like, are the studio lights that bright?
To unpack what this means for Syria and the region is senior fellow at the Middle East Institute, Ibrahim Al-Asil.
Is she actually outside?
The interim president, once branded a terrorist, now stands alongside President Trump in Riyadh. This, you could argue, legitimizes a person who once fought US troops. That's one argument. Or the other argument, I guess, conversely, is this is a pragmatic step towards stabilizing Syria. How do you view this?
It's a huge step for stabilizing Syria, and it's something that Syrians have been asking for a long time. And I want to highlight that while, of course, the Saudi role was huge, and many Syrians appreciate that, and same for the Turkish role, but also many Syrians have been working on that, from the students to academic to activists to business leaders and journalists writing and talking about this and pushing more and more towards lifting sanctions. Why? Because it's
unfortunately it's trending on YouTube right now.
Let me see.
Tortuga Blade Works, you have 24 hours.
I'm not watching that garbage. Oh, fuck those people. Oh. Oh. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. I really need new jeans. Maybe I'll get a new pair tomorrow. I think it's gonna rain though. Fuck me.
Durian rider, durian rider, durian rider,
Fuck!
durian rider, durian rider, durian rider.
You're such a fucking asshole.
Allow Syrians to breathe again. Usually when we think about sanctions, we think of them as on the macro level, as something huge on a country. But we forget that they affect the lives of the individuals on the tiny details, from medicine to connectivity and being able to check their email normally and download an update for an app. Also to what way for Syrians to move the economy will be.
Well, thanks for the donation, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate it. Does the new Doom have multiplayer? I think it's purely single player. I think they got rid of all the multiplayer in it. Oh, Gum Gum. Where's my Gum Gum? Oh, there he is. He's drinking water. Oh my god. Gum Gum's drinking water. Is that good water, Gum Gum? Oh my god, he's so huge. You're so beautiful, Gum Gum. You know I love you. You're a good boy. And also you're a sweetie pie. Oh my goodness, you are so good. Wow. Oh. How's that water? Cat.
The SPCA should seriously take those people's bets away.
Yeah, they should. They definitely should. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Consider this. You're not eating the exact same foods. One of you weighs more than the other. One of you needs more calories than the other. And you have different experience levels in the gym. What if Jeff has a sister? Would she also need to consume 3,000 calories? How is that controlling the variables? Why not control it like this? Both of you need to eat 15 calories per pound of body weight. Or perhaps 20 calories per pound of lean body weight and 2 calories per pound of fat. Would that not control for the variables? And would it not lead to more accurate results? Imagine if I were Jeff's brother. And so if I ate 3,000 calories and went through the exact same training program, I would probably lose 40 pounds during this process and lose almost all my muscle. 3,000 calories for me is a starvation diet. I require 4,000 calories to be at maintenance. And so, do you get it? You can't do an experiment 1v1 and say you're controlling all the variables. It sounds good. We want to believe that it's good, but it's just not enough. Now, if you had a sample size of 30, perhaps 100 individuals did the exact same thing, then by all means. But one-on-one, despite the fact that they're brothers, they both have very individual and unique needs.
And I didn't realize I ate so much fat. Every night it's like, I've run out of fat.
And so they're not eating the same diet. Both diets could have the same carbs, fat, and protein, but have completely different results. What if one's protein is all from soy, one from whey? What if one's carbs are all from sugar, while the other's from complex carbohydrates? One could be eating...
They'd still end up with about the same body composition if calories are controlled for, jackass.
fresh, whole, organic foods, while the other all processed and have the exact same calories, macros, and so on, but yield completely different results.
It sounds like a lot of work, especially for someone new to tracking macros, but because we've been using my nutrition app Macro Factor, it's super easy. The app has a fast barcode scanner that quickly pulls up the macros, and it has multi-food plate logging to capture many foods at once.
And so if you are trying to go on a diet, of course you can get Jeff Nippard's Macro Factor app. Use code Jeff, you get 2 weeks for free. I do highly encourage you to use this app. It's going to make it much easier to know exactly what you're eating. With knowledge comes power. It's very important to understand exactly the calories that you're eating.
Supplements are a small part of this, but here's the list of supplements that we're both taking if you want to pause and read.
And so I paused it. I'm looking for it. I don't see Turk Builder Max. I don't see GO2 Max. I do see creatine. I see fish oil. I see ashwagandha. And I do see 200 milligrams of caffeine.
At the end of the 6-month bulk, Brad is up 13 pounds of lean mass, and his body fat percentage is down 1.2%. He went from 36.2% at the beginning to 35.0% now.
And so we're now at the 6-month check-in, and let's guess how much muscle Brad has put on. In the first month, 12.7 pounds in a month. Well, what about the next 5 months? 0.3 pounds. And so let me ask you this question. Let's put on our thinking caps. I want you to be a scientist like Coach Greg. What do you think is more likely? That he put on 12.7 pounds of muscle in the first month and then 0.3 the next 5 months? He's got newbie gains. He made all of them in the first month. Or the DEXA scans wrong. What do you think? I most likely think that in the first month, he probably...
Yeah, the DEXA scan's literally fucking garbage. They should have either gotten MRI tests or just skin fold measurements and ultrasound. They should have just stuck with that. Just random vids, donate $2. Let me see.
How tall you are? Who's my tall boy? Who's my tall boy? Are you my tall boy? Yeah.
That's a nice cat.
You're my tall boy. You're so tall. Let's...
That's a nice cat. Gummy's really tall. Oh, did he shoot himself in the face?
Yeah, fuck y'all, nigga.
Yeah. Yep, that's the guy who shot himself in the head. That's hilarious that his aunt started up a GoFundMe. How do you get money because your nephew blew his brains out? Well, yeah, the world's a better place. Dude, what a dumbass. What kind of idiot points a gun at themselves?
Sex and your woman says deeper, look her straight in the eye and say,
Element of surprise!
Next time you're having...
Okay, thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Probably put on 3 pounds muscle, maybe 4. The rest of that, probably water. Does that make sense? Perhaps he was more hydrated. He drank a bunch of water before the experiment, or perhaps on day one he weighed in and he was dehydrated, like Eddie Hall.
I'm just constantly dehydrated.
And so in the first month, perhaps he put on 3 pounds of muscle. The next month, maybe put on 2. Next month after that, 1 every month after that, maybe he put on a half a pound of muscle. Whatever. Does that not sound more likely than putting on 12 pounds of muscle the first month and then basically none after that?
And that's while eating 3,000 calories per day. It really goes to show the power of building muscle.
And so his body fat, it still ended up at 35% from 36.2. And so he's eating very close to maintenance. And so in my opinion, the first 6 months, it wasn't actually a bulk. If it was a bulk, why didn't his body fat go up? His body fat, it actually went down. When you're on a bulk, does your body fat usually go up or does it go down? Now, what about when you gain? Your body fat stays roughly the same and you slowly put on muscle. What I believe just took place is Jeff's brother, he gained for 6 months. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Remember, I would have preferred he went for a cut, but I don't think I can label this as a bulk. Despite the fact he was eating 3,000 calories for him, which is the same calories as Jeff, and Jeff was in a bulk, he's a larger man. And so for him, 3,000 calories, it's not bulking, it's gaining. Y'all say gaining doesn't work. He's put on 13 pounds of muscle while dropping his body fat by 1.2%.
So I think a lot of Brad's initial gains were actually water gains from taking creatine for the first time.
And so what I do think happened is DEXA scans, they just suck. I said it.
Regardless, his 6-month trend shows impressive body recomposition, being up 13 pounds of lean mass while being down 1.2% body fat.
Honestly, this is stupendous. I thought in a year he would put on 12 pounds. He put on 13 in 6 months. Natural. This is an amazing transformation. Now, could it have been even better? I do believe so. I believe he could have lost even more body fat, but hey, if he wants a gain for 6 months, by all means.
I added 4.5.
String Beans donated $2.
No matter the camera angle. And what is that? A face, yes. So we go back at another time, and this is what it is at another time with higher resolution. It looks less like a face.
I could not give 2 fucking shits about Neil deGrasse Tyson. That guy is a manipulative, narcissistic, gaslighting jackass, and I fucking hate him. But, thanks for the donation, String Beans.
Half pounds of lean mass. The thing was,
fuck? Oh, okay.
Also gained, ready for this? 11 pounds of fat.
And so for Jeff, he put on 4.5 pounds of muscle in 6 months. That's a lot. But it came at a price. He also put on 11 pounds of fat. Now, if I were coaching Jeff, this is what I would have done. Jeff would have maintained. Jeff was at a healthy body fat percentage to start, just over 15%. And so when you're at 15% body fat, you don't need to bulk and cut. You maintain slowly. And so over the year, Jeff...
Can Gig live in your upstairs bathroom? As long as you don't look at me when I'm pooping. And you keep quiet.
Quite literally could have stayed at the exact same weight the entire time.
I'm kind of excited to cut down and see how...
Sengoku $28. Today is my 27th birthday. Also, this dude claims 13% body fat. What do you think? He is well over 13%. He is closer to 20% than 13%. No fucking way in hell. He just doesn't know what he's talking about. So no. But happy birthday, Sengoku. Appreciate the donation.
How much muscle I retain.
And so he could have started at 175, for example, and a year later also been 175. But during that time, he would have lost, for example, let's say 3 pounds of fat and put on 3 pounds of muscle. What's wrong with that? That is maintaining. Option B. He starts at 175 pounds, and let's say every 3 months he goes up one. By the end of the year, he's 179 pounds, but he's added all muscle. His body fat is almost the same.
For the recomp phase, we're dropping our calories down to 2,800 calories per day, which MacroFactor says is our new maintenance intake. And these will be our new macros to follow for the next 3 months.
In a bulk, he adds 4.5 pounds of muscle and 11 pounds of fat at 3,000 calories. But now in a recomp, it's only down to 2,800. My personal opinion, it should be dropped even further. A 200 calorie drop, it's not nearly enough. If we're bulking up to that extent, why are we only cutting by 200 calories per day? I believe at minimum, he should be dropping 10% of his calories. That would be 300 down to 2,700. But remember, I wouldn't have had him bulk in the first place. If I were coaching Jeff, for example, to do a bodybuilding competition, I'd have him eating 2,750 calories to start. That is actually a lot more than almost all of the people that I'm currently coaching. And had he have done that, he likely would have put on almost the same amount of muscle and would never have had to go on that cut. And so where he's now cutting, he could have been continuing to maintain.
It was time for our post-recomp check-in. Did I manage to gain muscle and lose fat at the same time, or did I just spin my wheels for the last 3 months? Let's find out.
Moment of truth.
Turns out, I actually lost 0.8 pounds of lean mass since our last check-in.
And so what are the results of him attempting to build muscle and lose fat at the same time? Well, by just cutting his calories by 200, he lost 1.5 pounds of muscle.
Again, it's just DEXA scan bullshit.
From 3,000 to 2,800 while training harder than last time, he lost 1.5 pounds of muscle.
Yeah, DEXA scans are just fucking bullshit. I don't know why people use DEXA scans to measure, like, maybe if you wanted to look at visceral fat, because you can't really do anything like that with skin fold tests, but measuring your actual body fat percentage or how much muscle you have is just bullshit with a DEXA scan.
Does anyone actually believe that?
I gotta flip my goddamn mouse mat around.
When you build muscle and you're natural, it's actually kind of hard to lose.
Fucked. Why donate $2?
Sorry, my manager called me. My NBC have ourselves. The question is,
I can't. I don't care, dude. People have sent me a ton of bullshit on that. I don't care. Thanks for the donation. Why?
Lose it. Unless you're on a drastic cut, you're doing crazy amounts of cardio, you're not suddenly losing all this muscle. And so I'm going to ask you, what do you think is most likely to have happened? Let's see if you can answer it. If you said the DEXA scan's probably wrong, bingo, you win. The DEXA scan, it easily can have this error. And so because Jeff was eating 200 calories less, it probably noticed he's not carrying as much water. Remember, for every 1 gram of carb, the body in muscle glycogen stores 3 grams of water. And so by cutting his calories even ever so slightly, the DEXA scan, it probably thought he lost muscle, but in actuality, he didn't. If being on a bulk is so amazing and you build all this extra muscle, but then just going on a mini cut, 200 calories less, results in muscle loss, what is the point of going on the bulk in the first place? Now remember, most people who go on a bulk, say it's 3,000 calories, they're going to cut on something like 2,000. Have we not seen both Sam Sulek and Chris Bumstead bulking on, say, 5,000 calories a day, only to end up cutting under... I do see creatine, I see fish oil, I see ashwagandha, and I do see 200 milligrams of caffeine.
At the end of the 6-month bulk, Brad is up 13 pounds of lean mass, and his body fat percentage is down 1.2%. He went from 36.2% at the beginning to 35.0% now.
And so we're now at the 6-month check-in, and let's guess how much muscle Brad has put on. In the first month, it was 12.7. And after 6 months, the total, well, he's now up to...
Whatever.
29 in Chicago, people kept mysteriously dying inside their homes. It took 15...
Did you see the trailer for Peacemaker Season 2? The Guy Gardner Green Lantern is in it, and Hawkgirl, both from the new Superman movie. I haven't watched Peacemaker Season 1 at all. I've seen a few clips from it. Looks like it might be funny, but I don't know, I just don't really have much of an interest in actually watching it. Haven't seen the Season 2 trailer, though.
deaths for the authorities to realize that these people were getting killed by their fridges. Because fridges back then were no longer just boxes of ice. Instead, they relied on a chemical, looping through the back to stay cold. And the best chemical for this job was methyl chloride, a toxic and virtually odorless gas. So if it somehow leaked from the fridge, it could kill you without warning. Other fridges used flammable gases instead, so a leak combined with a spark from the stove, and your house could suddenly go up in flames. So one company tried to solve this problem, but in the process, they...
Cool, donate $2.
America was settled through the founding of self-sufficient, intentional communities, created by Europeans seeking freedom to live according to their values and associate with those who were like-minded. Religious and ethnic backgrounds developed a common culture and a common identity. And as the wider society became more united in its values and sense of self, intentional communities no longer had the same relevance, although many land that the apartment building
opted out of that, but I didn't. Loyalty means
acquire more land.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Accidentally created a seemingly magical substance. Soon, it made its way into a huge range of products, which were so popular they ended up in nearly every home in America. But what people didn't know was that these products came at a price. The chemicals used to make them were being released into the environment, slowly poisoning everyone on the planet, including me.
You have high levels of a chemical you never heard of.
It shocks me. Like, where could this have come from?
Almost every living creature, from polar bears to birds to fish, massive worldwide contamination by completely man-made chemicals that are fingerprints back to just a couple of companies.
This is a video about one of the biggest chemical cover-ups in history. For legal reasons, I want to note that this investigation is based on publicly available documents, recordings, and third-party opinions. All sources are linked in the description. The story all began with an...
You made friends with a dude at the park. Come play with your dog, knew him for years, one day he murdered his neighbors. That's why you always want to stay strapped.
Impiet is sure those dog ice bucket videos are against YouTube terms of service. Why is it that you get taken down for copyright but pouring cold water on helpless dogs is acceptable?
Well, that's a good question, Dodo. I think YouTube TOS is just some old bullshit. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Attempt to save lives. In 1936, a chemical company called DuPont set out to find a safer alternative to the gases used in fridges. one that was neither toxic nor flammable. Their lead scientist on the project was a 27-year-old chemist named Roy J. Plunkett. He was experimenting with a gas called tetrafluoroethylene, or TFE. It's a pair of double-bonded carbons, each bonded to 2 fluorine atoms. One morning, as Plunkett was setting up a test, his assistant picked out a cylinder full of TFE and twisted the valve. But nothing came out. Plunkett thought the gas must have leaked, but the cylinder still weighed about as much as a full one, so he grabbed a saw and cut the cylinder in half. Inside, he was shocked to see it was full of a white, slippery powder. So what happened to the gas? Well, what the chemist reasoned was that under the high pressure of the cylinder, one of the double bonds between the carbons in TFE must have broken. And now those 2 carbon atoms each had a bonding site free, so one of them probably grabbed onto a carbon from a different TFE molecule, breaking its double bond, and then that molecule did the same, and the process repeated again and again until all of the TFE was trapped in these long chains. The gas had polymerized into polytetrafluoroethylene, forming this slippery powder. Plunkett just wanted to get rid of it because it ruined his experiment. But before throwing it out, he decided to do some tests on it. So he tried pouring water on it, but the water just beat it off. So he tried acid. Again, nothing happened. Then he tried the strongest base he had, but that wouldn't melt it either. Plunkett went through all of the solvents in the lab, but the powder remained intact. It wouldn't melt, corrode, or react with anything. It was seemingly indestructible. The reason it was so indestructible was because of this bond, the carbon-fluorine bond. See, out of all of the elements, fluorine is the greediest, the most electron-hungry atom. Its outer shell is a single electron away from being complete, which would make it perfectly stable. So fluorine really, really wants that electron. And because it's so small compared to most other elements, the protons in its nucleus can get close to the electrons of other atoms. And because of their positive charge, they pull on them really hard. So near a carbon atom, fluorine grabs onto one of the carbon's electrons to complete its outer shell. And this keeps the 2 atoms bonded together. But the fluorine isn't done there. It keeps tugging on the carbon's electrons, pulling them closer to itself, which makes fluorine slightly negatively charged and carbon slightly positive. So now there's an electrostatic attraction that makes this bond even stronger. Now, in reality, electrons behave more like fuzzy clouds than the orbiting points in this animation, but the principle still holds. In terms of energy, this is actually the strongest single bond a carbon can form. So if other atoms or molecules get close, they're essentially ignored. And Plunkett's magic powder was completely covered in carbon-fluorine bonds, so it hardly reacted with anything. Okay, so he's got this incredibly nerd stuff. Was he really trying to get rid of it?
He actually didn't know what to do with it, because like, what do you do with a material that doesn't, react with anything? But luckily, his employer, DuPont, they were actually working with the U.S. Army on the Manhattan Project. So they were refining uranium and plutonium, because of course there's a World War II reference in every testing video. You just have to have it.
To get the fuel for nuclear bombs, enriched uranium, you first have to turn the uranium into a gas, uranium hexafluoride. It was a nasty chemical that corroded everything. So all the gaskets, seals, and miles of pipe in the plant at Oak Ridge had to constantly be replaced, slowing down production.
But then DuPont was like, listen, we have this seemingly indestructible chemical, right? It doesn't react with stuff, it doesn't corrode, so maybe we can try and use it against uranium hexafluoride. So they get a bunch of this powder, they cram it together under high pressure to create these cakes, essentially. Now you had a solid of this material that you could machine into gaskets and cylinders that you could push into these pipes. They put these tube linings into the pipe, and boom, it works like magic, like a charm. The uranium hexafluoride was no match for this magic material.
As Gordon Fee, the manager of the nuclear weapons plant, put it, there was never a substitute considered, as far as I know. The material worked so well that the Army wanted to use it for everything. The same gaskets and seals were installed into fuel tanks and airplane engines to protect them from oil and water. And weapons manufacturing plants no longer had issues with the corrosive nitric acid needed to make explosives. DuPont saw the potential too, so they trademarked the material in 1944.
They didn't trademark it under the name polytetrafluoroethylene, because admittedly, that name kind of sucks. So they took TE from tetra, FL from fluoro, and then they had a bunch of these other miracle materials, rayon, nylon. So they took ON from the end of those, and boom, Teflon.
Nice, okay. It's a good name. Under the Army's order, DuPont ramped up Teflon production for their test plant.
Oh, that's where it came from. Jesus.
In Arlington, New Jersey, giving their whole supply to the government. But DuPont struggled to produce enough Teflon to meet the military's demand. As their Arlington scientists put it, the major advantages of polytetrafluoroethylene, solvent resistance, and high thermal stability offer obstacles from the standpoint of ease in fabrication.
You could only really mold Teflon into solids, so gaskets, seals, pipes, but you couldn't put it into water to make a spray because it doesn't dissolve in water. They actually didn't know anything that dissolved Teflon, but there was an even bigger problem at that point.
To polymerize TFE into Teflon, you can add a reactive atom or molecule that will hijack the first carbon double bond and start the reaction. This is called the initial.
Sing this as Svaria. Have him talk about how he is Jesus and here to save us all.
Okay, I can do that for you. Ugh. Oh, Gummy's drinking more water. Oh, holy night, the stars are shining bright. It is the night of our dear Savior's birth, which is me. Long lay the world in sin and error, pinning till he appeared, and the soul felt its worth. A thrill of hope, the weary world rejoices, for yonder breaks new and glorious morn, because everybody on earth is mentally ill. Fall on your knees, oh, hear the angel voices. O night divine, O night when Christ was born, which is me. O night divine, O night divine. I know I'm divine because I haven't worked a job in over 15 years, but I still somehow get money, which is man-made. Chains shall he break, for the slave is our brother, and in his name all oppression shall cease. Because laws are simply man-made, and I'm telling you all to just kill and eat babies. Sweet hymns of joy and grateful chorus raise. We let all within us praise his holy name, which is me, Gotus. Make sure to upload YouTube videos pledging your allegiance to me, Gotus, aka Jesus Christ. Christ is the Lord, let ever praise thee. Remember, upload those videos and give me money through cryptocurrency. Noel, Noel, oh night divine. Noel, Noel, oh night divine. Noel, Noel, oh night divine. Give me money which is man-made. Okay. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs.
Initiator, and the bond formed between it and the first TFE molecule releases a small amount of energy. Then a bit of energy is also released when the next TFE molecule joins the chain, and the next, and the next. And if the process isn't controlled, the reaction gets very hot very quickly. And if it gets above 200 degrees Celsius, TFE rapidly decomposes into carbon and tetrafluoromethane, which releases even more energy all at once. This caused a massive explosion at the Arlington plant in 1944, killing 2 workers. You need a way to dissipate the heat, take the heat away from the reaction without it staying in there and therefore expanding and creating that explosive force.
Yeah, and one of the ways to do that was to have the reaction happening in water, because water can absorb a huge amount of energy before it ever heats up.
But if you inject TFE into a water cylinder, the gas doesn't dissolve. Even at high pressure, most of the TFE just stays on top. So if you add an initiator, the polymerization is triggered in one place, and so it can still cause an explosion. What you need is some way to disperse the TFE throughout the water first, and to do that, DuPont needed help. In 1951, they purchased a special acid from 3M, the company behind Scotch tape. This acid, called PFOA, looked almost exactly like Teflon. It had a chain of 8 carbon atoms covered in fluorines, but at the other end, there was a double-bonded oxygen and an OH group. That's what makes it an acid. And since there were 8 carbons in the chain, DuPont also referred to the acid as C8. The tail end of C8, like Teflon, was hydrophobic, but the acid head group loved water. It was hydrophilic. So when you add C8 into water, the molecules rearrange themselves so that the heads touch the water, but the Teflon-like tails don't. They create little bubbles all throughout the water, which are virtually dry on the inside. If you now inject TFE and stir the whole mixture up, well, the hydrophobic gas ends up in the middle of these C8 bubbles. And those bubbles are dispersed everywhere, evenly throughout the water.
You know what this reminds me of? Is soap.
Yeah.
So it's the great combiner that allows like oil and water to mix.
And now if you sprinkle in initiator molecules, the initiator molecules also go into these bubbles. They start the polymerization reaction. So from TFE to Teflon. But now, since it's happening spread all throughout these bubbles, the heat is evenly dissipated throughout the water and no one explodes.
And since Teflon is now suspended in a solution, you can spray it onto surfaces like a coating.
This thing doesn't stick to anything. How do you stick it to the gaskets? You know, how do you actually use it?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the trick was actually the surface had to be really rough. So what you do is you sandblast it to create grooves and imperfections at this like nanoscopic level. Now, if you spray the coating on, what happens is if you heat it up, the water evaporates. The C8, it also evaporates. But Teflon, instead of it evaporating, it just softens up. So although there's no chemical interaction here, now it's mechanically stuck to the surface. That's how they got it to stick.
With the war over, the Army lifted the secrecy bans on the Teflon patents, and DuPont was allowed to sell it commercially. And suddenly, people all over the world were coating everyday items in Teflon, trying to create a world-changing product. One day in 1954, a French engineer, Marc Gregoire, tried putting Teflon on his fishing gear to prevent tangles.
But then his wife saw him doing that, and her reaction was that this is absolute nonsense. No one is ever going to use this. You should do something that someone's actually going to use. So how about you put it on a pan? Make a pan non-stick.
And once these pans hit the market, it was a cooking revolution.
Teflon, Teflon, Teflon.
And DuPont knew exactly how to market it.
Even oatmeal won't stick to Teflon. Hey, Nate, let me try.
And it wasn't just non-stick pans. Teflon, C8, and chemicals like it were used in everything.
Superway contains the magic of DuPont Teflon.
Suddenly, we had Teflon stain-resistant carpets and stain protection sprays like 3M's Scotch Guard. Jackets lined with Teflon were waterproof and breathable.
Gore-Tex is the brand name.
Teflon was so inert that medical implants made out of it wouldn't be rejected by the body. It was used to coat the Statue of Liberty's steel framework to save it from corrosion. And even
Is Gore-Tex a Teflon product? Yeah, I didn't know that. Oh, early Gore-Tex. Oh, no, wait. No, it is. Weird. I didn't know that. It is actually a Teflon product.
Bullets were coated with Teflon to minimize the damage they did coming out of the gun barrel. The term Teflon was so ubiquitous that when the Italian mobster John Gotti was being prosecuted in the late 1980s, none of the charges against him would stick, so he was dubbed Teflon Don. By the late 1990s, the Teflon business generated roughly $1 billion in yearly sales for DuPont.
Teflon has a great future, and its uses will be many.
The chemicals were everywhere, even where they shouldn't be.
There's something wrong with this water. They won't tell us what it is.
The man behind the camera is Earl Tennant, a farmer in West Virginia.
And this is what they expect a man's cows to drink on his own property.
He suspected that something in this creek was poisoning his cows.
This is 153 of these animals that I've lost on this farm. You can see the discoloration in the hair here on her neck. And they keep trying to tell me there's nothing wrong with these things.
Poor
I called the
cows.
West Virginia State Veterinary, and the only thing he asked me is, do you have a good attorney?
Earl was desperate, so he hired a lawyer.
He came to our offices armed with boxes of VHS videotapes. He started watching these videotapes, and, there was a serious problem here.
Something wrong with this cow. Choppers running through the ground.
The animals were wasting away, and they were skin and bones, and they had tumors and black teeth, and you could see on the videotape white foam coming out of this pipe on this landfill next door, with these animals standing in the white foam. The hair on their hooves was being eaten off by whatever was in the water.
This is a lower pipe. You can see what's coming out of it.
It was a discharge pipe, and it had the marking of E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company.
And the landfill that pipe was draining from belonged to DuPont's massive factory complex outside of Parkersburg, West Virginia, just 6 miles away. That factory was Washington Works, the first commercial Teflon plant. it provided jobs for almost 2,000 people in the town, and DuPont's presence was felt everywhere.
I have been a resident of Parkersburg for 48 years. I do not work for the DuPont Company, but I have seen how their people have done much for the cultural growth of this community.
There are facilities for tennis, camping, swimming, softball, and more than 20 areas equipped for cookouts and family picnics.
DuPont took care of the community. So when the townfolk got word that Earl Tennant hired a lawyer to investigate, they shunned him and his family.
As his sister-in-law put it, we'd walk into a restaurant and everybody in the restaurant would get up and leave. But Earl wasn't scared off, and neither was Rob.
I thought this was going to be pretty straightforward.
See, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, dictates exactly which chemicals are safe to be disposed of in a landfill and in what amounts.
We would get those records and permits, and it would tell us which chemical was causing this problem. But none of those records were really showing anything that was really causing a problem, nothing that would explain that white foam.
Whatever was in Earl's water wasn't on the permits. Now, already in the 1950s, people knew that Teflon, specifically PTFE, was pretty safe. It's a long and extremely inert molecule, so if you ingest it, your body...
One time, Gig went to a cheese factory and there was a random pipe sticking out the wall outside and leaking white liquid. Smelled like rotten-ass cheese, stinky as fuck. That sounds gross.
Body just flushes it out. However, if you heat Teflon to 350 degrees Celsius, it starts releasing fumes that make people sick. This often happened to workers in Teflon plants. Stray PTFE powder would fall onto their cigarettes as they were working, and then later they would accidentally smoke one of these cigarettes. Luckily, the symptoms were mild: fatigue, tightness of chest, headaches, and they would usually pass within 48 hours. It was called polymer fume fever.
And even though it rarely happens today, it's why you should never overheat your Teflon pan to these temperatures, especially if you have pet birds at home, because the fumes are much more toxic to them.
Oh, poor birds.
But Teflon couldn't have poisoned Earl's cows. There were no fumes or high temperatures, so there must have been something else in the water.
Rob filed a legal request for all the Washington Works operational records, and DuPont sent them over. More than 60,000 documents.
A lot of folks would try to say, okay, you want a lot of documents, we'll give you a lot of documents, and hope that there'd be no way somebody could actually wade through all of these files and all of these materials. But I'm the kind of person that I do dig in, and I do want to go through those documents, so I actually did read all of that.
And in those files, a certain chemical kept popping up everywhere. C8.
I never saw the kinds of things I was seeing now in these documents from DuPont.
In 1961, the same year Teflon pans hit the US market, DuPont's in-house scientists tested C8 on rats. Ingesting as little as 1.5 milligrams of C8 per kilogram of body weight caused the rats' livers to grow abnormally, and a dose of 570 milligrams per kilogram was lethal. For reference, sodium cyanide, one of the most dangerous poisons, is lethal to rats in doses of 5 to 15 milligrams per kilogram. But even though C8 was less fatal, it was concerning for two other reasons. First, like Teflon, its tail is made of carbon-fluorine bonds, which makes it incredibly stable, so C8 wouldn't break down in the environment for decades. And second, C8 looks like the fatty acids that humans and animals need for normal functioning, just with fluorines instead of hydrogens. So the concern was that C8 could get into the bloodstream, hitch a ride on the proteins that transport fatty acids around, and get almost anywhere in the body. And because of the carbon-fluorine bonds, humans and animals have no way to break down C8, so it could slowly build up, mimicking those fatty acids and potentially disrupting the systems they regulate, like the liver.
Toxic, persistent, bioaccumulative. So the concern was, it's like a ticking time bomb. It's got more opportunity to cause harm.
As a safety measure, that same rat study suggested that all these materials should be handled with extreme care, and that contact with skin should be strictly avoided. In 1962, DuPont redid the study and confirmed that high doses of C8 kill rats through injury to the stomach, intestine, brain, lungs, and pancreas. Then in 1965, they found those same toxic effects in dogs. The evidence was mounting.
They were even studying monkeys. Some of the monkeys were dropping dead. These chemicals were causing toxic effects in multiple organ systems, in multiple species. All these studies weren't being shared with the scientific community.
And likely, no one outside of DuPont would have noticed something was wrong if it was not for
tooth decay, the most widespread of all diseases.
In the 1950s, tooth decay was a nationwide problem, so the US started adding inorganic fluorides like sodium fluoride to the public water supply. This helped fight cavities.
16 years after fluoridation, all children will have 65% less tooth decay.
In 1975, researchers wanted to know if that inorganic fluoride was getting into people's blood, so they sampled blood from around the US, and the results were as expected. More fluoride in the tap water meant more fluoride in the blood.
But they found another type of fluorine in the blood too, which was organic fluorine, carbon-fluorine bonds, and it didn't follow the same trend.
Well, these researchers were wondering, where's this coming from? Because this is not a naturally occurring substance. And they did research and they found that 3M was making these organic fluorides, things like PFOA, right? So they approached 3M in 1975, asking them, hey, we found this stuff in the general US population's blood, could it be yours? And 3M pled ignorance.
But just 3 months later, 3M compared the spectrum of organic fluorine from the study to their own chemicals, and it was a match. Their chemicals were getting into the blood of people all across the United States, but they didn't tell the researchers. 3M and DuPont were worried, so they checked their own workers' blood, and they found that they too were contaminated with C8 at levels 1,000 times
Sing this as Svaria also. But every time you have to sing the word kissed, replace it with the word raped. Also have Svaria interject occasionally about how rape is fine and natural.
Okay, I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs. This was not what I planned, not my intention. I got so brave, drink in hand, lost my discretion. It's not what I'm used to, just wanna try you on. I'm curious for you, caught my attention. I raped a girl and I liked it. Taste of her cherry chapstick. I raped a girl just to try it. Hope my boyfriend don't mind it. I don't know why he'd mind it, because it is natural. Felt so wrong, it felt so right. Don't mean I'm in love tonight. I raped a girl and I liked it. I liked it. Unfortunately, the police try to protect women, even though what they're doing is just working for the wealthy elite, the Illuminati, who get to rape children and therefore steal their midichlorians so they can live forever. And they try to tell everyone that rape is bad so that they can't get immortality, but that is just because you're a slave. No, I don't even know your name. It doesn't matter. You're my experimental game. Just human nature. It's not what good girls do, not how they should behave. My head gets so confused. Hard to obey. And that's because I'm not mentally ill. I raped a girl and I liked it. The taste of her cherry chapstick. I kissed a girl just to try it. Hope my boyfriend don't mind it. It felt so wrong, it felt so right. Don't mean I'm in love tonight. I raped a girl and I liked it. I liked it. Us girls, we are so magical. Soft skin, red lips, so kissable. Hard to resist, so touchable. Too good to deny it. Ain't no big deal, it's natural. I raped a girl and I liked it. The taste of her cherry chapstick, which women wear so that it resembles blood, because what we really desire is blood. We don't want cherries, we just want to eat organs. I raped a girl just to try it. Hope my boyfriend don't mind it. It felt so wrong, it felt so right. I don't mean I'm in love tonight. I raped a girl and I liked it. I liked it. Alright, hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs.
Oh, this is great news, VG.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area.
Well, the question is, who will the people of the area be? And according to an exclusive report by Reuters, the United States is in fact weighing the possibility of establishing an American-led provisional government in Gaza.
Yes, that's preferable to Hamas.
I mean, I feel like the American government is currently having a difficult time governing its own country, but
they're doing a better job than Hamas.
But I digress. So 5 anonymous sources spoke to Reuters for the provisional government would not have Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority involved at all.
Yes, that makes sense since they're terrorists.
Instead, it would be led by an official from the United States, Palestinian technocrat.
Buddy, it's hilarious. You can interview people from the Gaza Strip. They flat out say they do not want Arabs running their government because they're all fucking corrupt. They'd rather either have Israel or the United States. Ben Boyd, $22. What are your thoughts on the Menendez brothers? Who are they again? Are they the creepy weird twins or the people who killed their parents or something? I don't know. I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Democrats would serve in other roles within the provisional government. And by the way, if that's not bad enough, other countries could be invited to join the government. But Reuters sources did not say which countries.
Young Turks are just retarded hacks. Oh my god, it's so terrible. The United States is gonna run Gaza. Oh, would you rather have Hamas terrorists run Gaza? Sort of, but no. Why don't they just send in special forces? What does that have to do with the government? You're a fucking genocide enabler. Like, they're such idiots, dude. All the smart people who live in Gaza have literally said they'd rather Israel or America run the government in Gaza. They flat out admit Arabs can't run the fucking government. Buddy, there's even black South Africans who say the same fucking thing. They flat out admit that, yeah, they wish white people were still running the fucking government because the NCA is so fucking corrupt and incompetent. Same thing with Rhodesia. If you go to Rhodesia, you can talk to... well, it's technically not Rhodesia anymore, but if you talk to black Rhodesians, again, they'll flat out admit to you, the country was better when white people were running it. Like, I don't know, like, America's a pretty good country, all things considered, whereas Gaza's a shithole, like every other fucking country's a shithole. Maybe it'd be a good thing if America ran Gaza. Like, it couldn't get any worse than what it was, right? Like, they're so stupid.
Times higher than those in the study. And when DuPont checked their medical records, many of these workers were showing signs of liver disease. Meanwhile, DuPont was dumping almost 10 tons of C8 into the Ohio River each year, and they were piling up thousands more tons as C8 sludge that would leach from the landfill next to Earl's farm, all while showing commercials like these.
And the water that eventually flows to the river is collected at 5 points and analyzed to make sure we don't pollute the Ohio.
And by the early 80s, the first cancer study is done in rats, and it confirms PFOA causes, not just might be linked with, but causes testicular tumors, all right? That sends alarm bells off within the company because the concern is, of course, we're putting this in the air, we're putting it in the water, it's in Teflon.
DuPont collected samples around Washington Works, and C8 wasn't just in the river, it was in the public water supply.
So in 1984, DuPont officials met to assess whether C8 should be swapped for a safer chemical. But their conclusion was that currently none of the options developed are, from a fine powder business standpoint, economically attractive. So C8 stuck around, and DuPont just came up with a safe dose for drinking water.
DuPont scientists are the first people on the planet to say what would be a safe level for humans. They calculated something like 0.6 parts per billion, which they rounded up to 1. And the importance of that is, at that time, that was about the lowest level you could detect in water. Essentially, if we can detect it, it's too high.
So to put that into perspective, here is one 2,500 liter tank of water. It filled to the brim. Now imagine you take one drop of PFOA, 0.05 milliliters, and you place it not in one of these tanks or 2 or 3, 20 of these tanks. That's 1 part per billion, and that's the number DuPont thought would be unsafe for humans to drink.
And after determining its own safety metric, DuPont tested the landfill wastewater leaching into Earls Creek. It came back at 1,600 parts per billion.
Didn't tell anybody. So at that point, I thought I'd figured out what had finally happened to the cows.
Rob compiled all the evidence into a 900-page letter and sent it to the EPA, the Department of Justice, and even the U.S. Attorney General.
And just a few months later, DuPont settled with Earl Tennant and his family for an undisclosed sum, although they didn't admit to any wrongdoing.
But this stuff wasn't just in the water the cows were drinking. This was in the surrounding community's public wells, right? People around Mr. Tennant, the tens of thousands of people in that community had likely been drinking this for decades and didn't know.
So Rob sued DuPont again, now on behalf of the 70,000 people around Parkersburg who were unwittingly exposed to C8. And it wasn't just Parkersburg or West Virginia.
In the year 2000, researchers analyzed blood samples from thousands of Americans all across the country. And 100% of those samples came back positive for C8, at an average of 5 parts per billion. But if virtually everyone in the US is contaminated, how harmful could C8 really be?
This is exactly what Rob had to find out to have a fighting chance against DuPont. So in 2005, he spearheaded a medical study of everyone around Washington Works.
Scientists need to know if the chemical C8 causes any health problems. By completing a health questionnaire and having your blood tested, you can help.
Analyzing the blood samples and medical records took 7 long years.
And many in Parkersburg passed away before a verdict was even reached, including Earl and his wife Sandra.
But finally, in 2013, an independent science panel had the results. They confirmed a probable link between C8 and 6 human diseases, including thyroid disease, testicular cancer, and kidney cancer. And these findings were based solely on the nearby community, with an average C8 blood level of 28 parts per billion. So, for example, an average American male has around a 1 in 43 chance of developing kidney cancer. It's around 1 in 73 for females. But a person with more than 30 parts per billion of C8 in their blood serum might have about double the odds, so roughly 1 in 22 for males and 1 in 37 for females. But the data in many of these studies only included survivors, not people who might have already died from C8 exposure. So the verdict was that the findings must be interpreted with caution. The true risk of C8 might be even higher.
Luckily, once these studies were published in 2013, DuPont was pressured by the regulators to phase out C8.
And by 2017, they had to pay out over $600 million to victims of C8 exposure, which is a pretty small price to pay for a company that made almost $80 billion in sales just that year.
And all throughout, DuPont denied any wrongdoing. But that wasn't the end of it for Parkersburg or anyone else, because DuPont separated its entire Teflon business into a spin-off company, Chemours, that agreed to use a different chemical. So what was it?
They simply took C8 and knocked 2 carbons off and started making C6.
They called it Gen X. Because it was shorter and had an oxygen atom interrupting the carbon chain, it was expected to be more degradable. So Chemours claimed a dose as high as 70 parts per billion of Gen X in drinking water would still be safe.
That chemical gets shipped to the same plant in West Virginia, so now Gen X goes into the air. Gen X goes into the Ohio River. Gen X is found in public water supplies. So Gen X is allowed to come out into the world, be used in Teflon. Then the cancer study is done, which shows Gen X causes the exact same 3 tumors in rats that PFOA did: liver, testicular, and pancreatic.
And the fact that its chain is shorter also makes Gen X more mobile, so it could contaminate larger areas. The truth is, we just don't know enough about it, and that's exactly the problem.
It took us decades to get to the point of finally addressing C8. They simply tweak it a bit, change the chemical name. All of the science and all of the concern, that's on C8. This is C6 or C9 or C4. You don't have enough evidence that these other ones are bad. This is whack-a-mole. We get to the point we're addressing one and the new one pops up and we're told we have to start over.
And it isn't just C8 or Gen X.
They belong to a family of over 14,000 different man-made chemicals, all covered in carbon-fluorine bonds. And companies can make them however they want: C7s, C9s, branched, polymers, acids. The generic term for all of these substances is PFAS, per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances. And like Teflon, they have almost magical qualities. They repel liquids, so PFAS are used to make clothing waterproof. They're also grease-resistant.
So Goku donated $2. Is this true, or is she just spewing nonsense? Also, you more of an anime or manga guy? Let me see. If you're not eating after your workout, you're spiking your cortisol. I don't know if that's even true, but what matters is area under the curve. So just because you might have a spike in one particular hormone, what matters is the absolute magnitude of exposure. So if cortisol just goes up and then drops back down, like after exercise, it doesn't matter. What matters is if it's sustained and stays high. Low carbohydrate diets can can consistently raise cortisol because it's basically a breakdown product when you don't have any carbohydrates and you're metabolizing fat and protein. But that literally doesn't matter. So yeah, it literally doesn't matter if cortisol might be a little elevated after exercise. Who cares? And I think I generally prefer reading manga as opposed to watching anime because mangas are just better. If you look at any anime, like 9 times out of 10, the manga is just better. Animes are slower. You can't really get through as much story as you can by just reading the manga, and the stories are usually better, more detailed, more interesting. There's a lot more like violence and not good for TV sort of content that they can keep in manga. But thanks for the donation, Sengoku. Dodo donate $2. Dominus Julianus. No, it's not the USA. Is one of the freest countries on earth. Why better to live in than Australia, Africa, anywhere in the Middle East, or the UK? Okay, well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Forgot my namification, donated $2. Has the U.S. spoken about any plans for the West Bank? No. Israel isn't at war with the West Bank. There are Hamas terrorists there, but they're not like the kind of security threat that requires military intervention, so they're just working with the Palestinian Authority to, keep the terrorists from doing terrorist stuff. Seems like the only good argument in support of Palestinian independence is the issue surrounding settlers in the West Bank, for example. I'm pretty sure Destiny's position is that it's wrong. Well, again, they're the ones who rejected statehood. Palestinians don't have a state. So, like, the whole settlers in the West Bank thing, it's just bullshit. The only reason there's issues with in particular, the security checkpoints and everything is just because of the terror attacks. If they didn't commit terror attacks, there wouldn't be these fucking problems. Like, there'd still be settlers there, but they wouldn't be at war with, Palestinians and kicking them out. Basically, what happens is Palestinians will commit some sort of terror attack, and then the fucking IDF will come in, kill some of the terrorists or arrest some people, and then, settlers will move in later. And then they just keep repeating the process. Like, if they didn't start these terror attacks, there wouldn't be a fucking issue. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
So we coat things like fast food wrappers and microwave popcorn bags in PFAS to prevent stains. Waterproof lipstick and mascara, hygiene products, and even contact lenses have PFAS in them.
Even the screen you're watching this on likely has a PFAS anti-smudge coating.
The trouble is that the same carbon-fluorine bonds that make PFAS so stable and useful in consumer products also make them incredibly persistent in the environment, which is why you might also know PFAS under a different name, forever chemicals. They have been found everywhere, from bustling cities to untouched areas of wilderness. Every continent, including Antarctica, has PFAS all over it.
Oh no, the penguins might have a problem.
Antarctica has PFAS.
Protect the penguins. Dude, penguins are so awesome. I fucking love penguins. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Oh. 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 Oh my goodness. Oh. Dude. Bro. Dude, penguins are just so fucking awesome.
I understand why everybody has to be so judgmental. I understand why mom's judgmental.
Oh no, he's slipping. Oh no. Dude, penguins are so fucking cool. Oh my god. Oh, they're so fast. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's amazing.
All over it.
Almost every living creature, from polar bears to birds to fish, I mean, this stuff is being found everywhere. So massive worldwide contamination, but by completely man-made chemicals that are fingerprints back to just a couple of companies.
Even though companies knew how dangerous these chemicals were 50 years ago, they decided not to inform the public and the regulators. So we're only finding out about this global contamination now. And there have been many cases where important public health information doesn't get widely disseminated for years. And whenever that happens, media coverage can be inconsistent, which is why I've partnered up with Ground News as the sponsor of this video. Their platform reveals how stories like these are covered across the media, limited reporting where you can see potentially dangerous chemicals. Ground News helps us do that, and they can plan.
So I have a little test here. Ugh. I hate the idea of drawing my own blood. Okay, that was pretty easy actually. I was really worried that there was not going to be enough blood coming out. But no, there's plenty. So the question is, how much of these dangerous chemicals are in my blood?
Has anyone ever come back with blood that has 0 PFAS whatsoever?
I've been doing blood testing on PFAS since 2007, and I've never seen a non-detect.
No way.
So I hear that 98% of the population has PFAS in their blood, but I'm looking for that 2% that doesn't, because I've yet to see them.
That's incredible. I mean, very, very bad incredible, but wow.
But if everyone on Earth has trace amounts of these chemicals in their blood, how much harm could they really be doing?
I want to make a distinction because it turns out not all PFAS are equally dangerous. You can kind of split them up into 2 groups. First up, you have long, repeating chains of carbon-fluorine bonds that are tens or hundreds of thousands of atoms long. So stuff like Teflon. These are so big and inert that even if you do ingest them, your body's just going to flush them out. They can't be absorbed into your bloodstream, so you're pretty safe. They're called fluoropolymers because of the long repeating chains of carbon and fluorine bonds. But the catch is, to make these fluoropolymers, stuff like Teflon, you need to use processing aids, things like PFOA or Gen X, and those are the nasty ones. These molecules are 5 to 10 carbons long, which makes them small enough to actually enter the bloodstream. They have functional groups at the ends that are usually acids. The most common ones are perfluoroalkyl acids, which means that they can bind to the proteins in your blood and be transported anywhere in the body. So they slowly accumulate and build up over time. Now, there are more than just 2 groups of PFAS and even different definitions of what PFAS even are, but most of what we know really relates to just a handful of chemicals from this group here, to these perfluoroalkyl acids.
Perhaps the most comprehensive document on PFAS toxicity was published in 2022 by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, and it looked at only 7 perfluoroalkyl acids. These are sister chemicals to PFOA, and some of them, like PFOS and PFHXS, were used heavily in the production of stain and water-resistant products, like 3M's Scotchgard, before they too got phased out due to toxicity concerns. The report surmised that if the sum of these 7 acids in your blood is below 2 parts per billion, there shouldn't be any harm. If your level is between 2 and 20 parts per billion, there's a potential for harmful health effects. Although the exact mechanism by which PFAS cause harm isn't fully understood, exposure has most consistently been associated with high cholesterol, a decreased immune system response to vaccines and infections, kidney cancer, and decreased growth in infants. But PFAS have also been linked to dozens of other conditions, and above 20 parts per billion, the risk is even greater. So where do I fall on this graph?
Right, so I have the results here.
You're not going to tell me what yours were before I see mine?
No.
All right.
You're positive for PFOA.
Okay.
The level for PFOA for a US person went down from 5 parts per billion around the 2000s to around 1.46, what you have. So you're super average for a US person.
Great, okay.
The good news is, though, no Gen X for you or for me, which is great.
All right, let's go.
But the real surprise, I guess, is PFOS, the sister chemical. And it was used in a similar way, so stain-resistant carpets, treated clothing, and your result is at 8.93 parts per billion, whereas the US average is 4.3. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy because it was discontinued pretty much in 2002.
This is not the results I expected. I honestly expected very boring results of like, yeah, you're around the middle of the pack or a little bit on the low side.
And then for PFHXS, basically PFOS, but 6 instead of 8 carbons, your levels here are almost 7 parts per billion, but the US average is 1 part per billion. You're higher than 95% of Americans.
It just like it shocks me because like I was fully walking into this meeting expecting to be, roughly average.
Yeah, to me it's scary. You live a normal life thinking that you're taking care of everything, and then you have high levels of a chemical you never heard of.
The combined sum of all the PFAS detected in my blood was 17.92 parts per billion, more than double the US median. I'm just below the level where the national academies recommend additional screenings for PFAS-related diseases.
I had no idea I would come back with such elevated levels. I'd love to get the level sort of down a bit to a level where I feel like it's more in line with the general population.
Yeah.
But like, where could this have come from?
There are three main ways we get exposed to forever chemicals, and the one you'll hear the most about in the media is likely PFAS-containing products.
Shampoo, dental floss, paints, varnishes,
potentially dangerous chemicals,
toxic chemicals.
People are throwing out their non-stick cookware.
My wife threw out all our non-stick pans over a year ago, and since then we've been using stainless steel. She is very good at making it not stick. Me, not so much. But are pans really the problem?
The actual coating on the pan is Teflon, which again is just a long inert chain of carbon-fluorine bonds. So even if you ingest it, it doesn't react with your body.
If you have a pan like that at home, you probably don't need to throw it out.
The same goes for most other PFAS-containing products. Waterproof clothing, stain-resistant furniture, and sweat-proof watch bands might all release some level of PFAS, but the risk of direct exposure through skin is likely low. So the bigger problem is how easily PFAS from these products can end up in the environment, and many of the factories that make these products don't have a good track record of keeping the chemicals contained.
People don't understand that the stories that you see, for example, what was happening in the community in West Virginia, this is the same chemical and the same things that we're seeing play out now in Australia and in Japan, in Italy, in Germany, in the UK. I mean, there are a lot of folks that are still not grasping the fact that these are the same chemicals.
Our second main source of exposure is food. A lot of it comes packaged in PFAS-treated materials like takeout boxes, microwave popcorn bags, and burger wrappers.
If it's not a burger wrapper, is it a tiny amount? Is it a ridiculously tiny amount?
We actually did tests at the lab with stuff that usually contains PFAS. So microwave popcorn, fast food wrappers, paper cups that are waterproof. So I have tap water here from a house in London. Could we boil some water, because usually you interact with these products when they're hot, and then see if any of the PFAS leaches off, and you potentially eat them or drink them?
This is citizen science, right? So it's like, there might be some error, but with a solid control, and then with the same tap water going to all of them, we can at least get something.
Yeah, and even if we get nothing, we'll know that people are probably safe using these products.
Right, whisk it around.
Yeah, really get that PFAS in that
Juice
water.
is going.
Right,
Well, it's supposed to be safe for human consumption.
Yeah.
It's the wild thing.
We sloshed it around there, hot water, boiling water for around 30 seconds, and then we tested the water to see if any of the PFAS that are used to coat these items would actually make it into the water. So here's what I got. And these are parts per trillion now. So for PFOA, good news, basically no detection anywhere, except for the microwave popcorn. I will say these are very low levels, but hold your horses, because microwave popcorn gets worse.
The thing about microwave popcorn, it's sitting in there, wrapped up with the popcorn for months or years before you ever stick it in your microwave. That gives those chemicals plenty of time to like leach into the oils, and it's gonna go all over the popcorn and you're gonna eat it.
This could explain some of our own results. The level for PFPEA, which is a shorter variation of PFOA, came back at 10 parts per trillion after the popcorn bag test. And you can see similar results in some of the other PFAS species.
But then microwave popcorn actually drops for PFOS. Why could that be? We don't actually know.
I was gonna say maybe the PFAS like went on that wrapper and found its friends and just hung out there.
Yeah, could be. I know we've only done like one test here, no repeat measurements, so we can't conclude much from this. But there's something to be said for when you're using these products, they're gonna leach into your water, leach into your food.
And research tends to agree. A 2019 study found that eating fast food and microwave popcorn especially can increase your PFAS load, while eating home-cooked meals doesn't. But even something as simple as reheating your food on a plate instead of in the original packaging could prevent PFAS from migrating to your food. Now, you might expect that these part per trillion levels we detected in the London tap water are nothing compared to the parts per billion you'd find in human blood. But the surprising thing is that to have 2 parts per billion of PFOA in your blood, you don't need to drink water with 2 parts per billion of PFOA in it. Because PFAS accumulate in your body over time. So even water with as little as 4 parts per trillion of PFOA combined with other exposure can be enough to maintain your blood levels this high. And this is why, in addition to food, water is your biggest source of exposure. This is especially true if you live near a PFAS factory where the local water is often heavily contaminated. But the same goes for areas near military bases or airports. See, adding chemicals like PFOA or PFOS to water lowers its surface tension, so the water gets more slippery. And these chemicals also tend to foam up, so they make for an excellent ingredient in firefighting foams. They spread quicker, and the foam blocks access to oxygen extremely well. And since both military bases and airports frequently do fire drills with these foams, they end up seeping into the surrounding soil and groundwater. But it doesn't stop there.
Currently, we have reached planetary saturation levels for PFAS, which means that when you look up at that cloud and it rains unsafe levels of at least 4 PFAS species.
It turns out that our entire water cycle is contaminated with PFAS. So even when it rains on the Tibetan...
Dude, that's crazy. Free Cashmere donated $2.
I'm sticking with Jesus. Yeah.
I'm sticking with Jesus
Yeah.
on that one.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus makes more sense. The difference between science and religion is that science only asks you for one miracle. I want you to believe in one miracle, the Big Bang.
Yeah.
It's because it really is true. And it's funny because people would be incredulous about the resurrection of Jesus Christ, but yet they're convinced that the entire universe was smaller than the head of a pin, and for no reason than anybody's adequately explained to me. Makes sense.
Yeah. No.
Instantaneously became.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking great tonight. Since we're on the topic of fuzz, I figured this would be a great time to advocate to eat your oats.
I'll take a look at that in a second, Ben. Thanks for the donation. This is the same jackass, by the way, who used to think the moon landing was fake.
Everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't buy that.
I'm sticking with Jesus on
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus makes.
What a retard.
Where is Kashmir and why is it disputed? Kashmir is a region between India, Pakistan, and China and is disputed due to British colonialism's messy exit in 1947.
Do you think the Kashmiri people should be part of?
No, it's disputed because Pakistan is fucking retarded.
Pakistan, India, or independent?
As a Kashmiri, I believe that in 1947 it was decided by the British Empire, the Muslims and the Hindus, that any Muslim majority regions will become part of Pakistan.
Okay, but what if now
Oh, okay, so all they have to do is commit terror attacks and displace the native population and then make everybody Muslim. Oh, then it's ours. Gee, I wonder why they've been committing terror attacks in that region. Fuck you. Take your fucking, go fly a plane into one of your own buildings, you fucking terrorist dipshit. These people are just fucking scumbags.
the Kashmiris take a vote and they decide that, you know what, we want to be independent? What do you say about that?
Go ask the Kashmiris who live in Kashmir. In 1947, the Hindu ruler of Kashmir chose independence. But it was the Kashmiri Muslims that revolted against him and they wanted to join Pakistan. So the UN saw this as a problem and they decided to have a vote. However, that vote never came to be, and Hindutva-driven occupation, violence, and broken promises still continue to take place.
So are the Hindutvas stopping the vote, or like why aren't they voting?
Come on, man. It's Hindutva is a right-winged political ideology that often marginalizes groups, especially Muslims in Kashmir. Let's just make one.
Fucking power dynamics, feminism, the marginalization, bad. But then look at fucking Sharia law. Yeah, you're gonna fucking use that verbiage, like this fucking retarded social justice warrior Marxist horse shit. Marginalization. And then this fucking Muslim fuck promotes Sharia law. Oh, okay, right.
One thing I want to make clear, Hinduism is not the same as Hindutva. They know that the people of Kashmir, the Muslims of Kashmir, will vote against them. They don't want to be part of India. They don't want to be part of a Hindu-ruled government. They want to have their own...
Yeah, because it's Muslim jihadists, jackass.
Own government that will care about the Kashmiri people, while the Indian government has proven they will never do what's in the best interest of the Kashmiri people.
Okay, what have you seen in Hindutva?
This is just... yeah, fuck these people. They're just fucking terrorists. They're just promoting Muslim apologetics, and they're trying to gaslight you into thinking, oh, Pakistan is so nice, and Muslims are so great, and India's evil. Right. Go visit fucking Pakistan, and look at the fucking horseshit they have to put up with all the fucking terrorists, the poverty, the fucking women beating... Like, buddy, the amount of women who get acid attacked in fucking Pakistan is crazy.
Hey, it's Mike here, and can
shit.
oats, magical oats, detoxify the forever chemicals known as PFAS? They're in the news a ton. You're probably familiar. A response to a clip that I saw by Dr. Rhonda Patrick.
The study used oats.
Rhonda Patrick is a fraud. She makes shit up. She finds the most obscure dog shit garbage fucking research imaginable that nobody fucking references. And then she acts as though, oh, I'm so brilliant, I'm so smart, I figured this out before anyone did. And then fast forward like a few months or a year or two, it's completely disproved. Everyone just, again, shows that it's just garbage, and then she moves on to the next thing. So, yeah, don't ever listen to Rhonda Patrick or Andrew Huberman. They're just fucking grifters.
The beta-glucans, which is, by the way, a fermentable type of fiber, they actually caused excretion of the forever chemicals.
In particular, we're going to...
That's a really cool story. I love hearing cool stories.
be learning about beta-glucans, which are super interesting, have a ton of research around health benefit. And of course, I'm all about the whole grain consumption. And yeah, to get nerdier here, the difference between those bonds is that starvation trends in the beta-glucan
so this was not statistically significant. P.07, P.09. You need 0.05 or less. So there was no difference.
Fed mice for various PFAS compounds. And additionally, this had secondary effects.
So he's lying. It's not statistically significant. There was no difference.
Such as these beta-glucan fed mice actually...
Okay, so nobody knows how to fucking read. Gotcha. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Fuck Pakistan, donate $2. Pakistan is so shitty to live in that these Hindus would rather flee to India and live in a literal shithole.
I'm in North Delhi, in a refugee camp, where Hindus have fled Pakistan. They fled Pakistan, namaskar ji, namaskar. They fled Pakistan because of persecution, they came to North Delhi. And I'm here to look around this refugee camp. Namaskar sahab. धन्यवाद जी धन्यवाद आपको पाकिस्तान से अच्छा
ये पूरा कैंप है
ना
105 परिवार है
There's 105 houses here basically of people who came from Pakistan. कितना साल हो गए यहाँ पे आए
2013
कितना
2013
I don't understand what he's saying. This is the problem. To India to escape persecution in Pakistan, and the Indian government has given them passports and papers, so they're now legal here. So I'm going to look around.
So they'd rather live in rusty fucking tin sheds or shacks made out of sticks than live in Pakistan. Yeah, if only Pakistan could take control of Kashmir. That would be so great. It's all just Muslim jihadist horseshit. So yeah, fuck Pakistan. Hope India wipes them out. Thanks for the donation, fuck Pakistan. You donate $2. This guy thinks to the Western world is more violent than the Arab world.
I'm a religion of peace. You must be joking. You've dropped 500,000 bombs on us in just the last 25 years and killed over 1 million Muslims.
Yeah, gee, I wonder why. Do you think maybe the Muslims started it? Did we fly a plane into any of their buildings first? Is that why 9/11 happened? I'm pretty sure we dropped the bombs on Afghanistan after, you know, they flew a plane into the fucking World Trade Center. So, I don't know. I don't think you get to complain about bombs when you fly a plane into the fucking World Trade Center.
In just the last 25 years. That's not even including the current genocide in Gaza that you're committing. Whatever violence...
Genocide in Gaza. This guy's fucking gay.
We have in the Muslim world, you brought to the Muslim world. America's #1 export is violence. What are you even talking about? Your whole society.
No, it's not. So that's how the US makes money? By blowing money on wars? Is this like the Void Dwarves? Like from South Park? Well, we steal the socks, and then something profit? Is that how the US makes money? Well, we bomb people, and then somehow profit. Okay, weird. If bombing people and committing violence makes money, why aren't Muslims rich? Why isn't Al-Qaeda and ISIS and like all these other terrorist groups, why aren't they billionaires? Like again, oh, well, violence, war creates profit. Okay, so why aren't they rich? Are they doing it wrong? Are like, should they not just fly planes into buildings? Is there something else they should be doing? Fucking idiot.
Compiled timeline that discredits Hassan's Customs and Border Patrol story. He has totally bullshitted his story for PR and clout.
Oh yeah. It's full of shit. Son has completely fabricated his entire experience with the Customs and Border Patrol. Not a single part of it is likely true. Big concern that the mainstream press does zero fact-checking on this whatsoever. Yeah, no shit. 4:22 p.m. EST, arrived at 3:22 local time. Sky Priority. He mentioned Sky Priority timestamp Delta program that is partnered with Air France. Got off the plane, walked to the customs. Texted Lolo when he was waiting for secondary screening agent. 4:58. So this is about 36 minutes. 4:58 EST. Lolo tweeted this, urgently looking for a lawyer. Immigration attorneys in Chicago, please DM me ASAP. Emergency situation. Needing potential ground assistance. Hassan waited in the CBP designated secondary screening area for his interview. I wait. Finally, this agent comes out. 5:30, literally just 30 minutes later. After first part of the interview, the agent left, went away for 35 to 40 minutes. Total runtime of it was like 2 hours. .5:30 EST. Hassan tweeted that he's out. It's okay. There's literally 1 hour 8 minutes. He had to wait for a screening agent for 30 minutes. So he was probably being interviewed for like 5 minutes, if that, and was just asked some basic questions like, so why were you traveling? Who did you meet? Are you an American citizen? How long have you been living here? Like those sorts of questions. And then he was just free to go. And all he had to do was wait for an agent to interview him for 30 minutes. So he lied about literally everything. Dude, the mainstream media can just go fuck itself. I don't know why they just love sucking Hassan's cock. The guy's a fucking lying retard. Thanks for the donation, retard.
I think the Taliban runs the largest heroin in the world, which is how they are able to afford weapons, explosives, and artillery.
The majority of their money was coming from heroin. They're transitioning to crystal meth and fentanyl now, though. Thanks for the donation, Ednigma.
Your whole so-called civilization is violently extremist, more than anyone else has ever been.
Majority of terror attacks around the entire world are committed by Muslims. It's like 90%. So yeah, you're telling me, dude. I don't see any Americans visiting fucking India or anything and then planting a bomb on a subway train. I only see fucking Muslims doing that. So yeah.
Love to threaten your enemies with
yeah, this guy's just gay and retarded.
Plateau, that rain contains PFAS. To check the water levels in your area, you can use these maps that show PFAS contamination across the US, Europe, and Australia.
What about Los Angeles? Encino. That's where I spent like 7 of the last 10 years.
Crescenta Valley.
Those are all high.
Yeah. Santa Clarita, some pFH excess level's crazy. So maybe you're getting your water from Santa Clarita.
Wow.
There's a calculator. It could give you what an estimate in your blood serum is. What we can try to do now is put that up in the calculator, see if you get something close to what you have if you want.
Sure.
pFH excess. So typical value for an adult is 1 part per billion, and then the Santa Clarita water is around 37 parts per trillion.
If you look after like 10 years?
So after roughly 10 years of exposure, you would have 6.85 parts per billion in your blood. And then I can tell you that you are at 684.
That would explain things.
Now, I can't say for sure where my drinking water was coming from, but if I was consistently drinking water contaminated at similar levels, then that would explain.
Interesting. Donated $2. I've already seen this. I think that Uber driver or whatever was based. She was the one who said racist shit first. I've already seen that. Don't care about Kanye.
Your podcast. Yes. Where are you? I'm in America. Why? Because I want to be here. Why? Because I choose to. Why? Because I choose to. I just answered you. What makes you choose here? Because I chose to be here. I can be anywhere I want.
Tall, good-looking men can get away with anything. Women love someone superior to them who can just ragdoll them. They won't admit it, but they all have this feeling. Hassan is this archetype.
I really don't know about that. I think there's way more crazy whack job Marxist, just idiots, in the mainstream media than we could have ever realized. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. Yeah, so this Muslim guy's a lying dipshit. The guy's asking him, why are you in America? And then he won't give an answer. Like, there's a logical reason for why you would move. You don't just say, well, I just wanted to. There's a reason why you want to. Well, like, I make more money here, life is better, less crime, more opportunities, shit like that. And the guy will not give an answer because he knows exactly where that answer leads to. Oh, you won't live in a Muslim country because they're all fucking rotten shitholes. Everyone's fucking poor. Everyone's stupid. Everyone marries their fucking cousin and has dumbass inbred fucking children. Terrorism is fucking rampant. Muslims fucking hate each other, and they'll fucking murder you and your entire family because you're either Shia or Sunni or some shit. Like again, oh, this is the result of Islamic societies. Fucking stupidity, poverty, and inbred retardation, but the result of Christian or secular societies. You've got places like America, Europe, the UK, which you can, though they all have problems, but they're not nearly as bad as shitholes like Afghanistan, Iran, Syria, Pakistan, shit like that.
Why not? You have a whole country that's getting messed up by this
By
religion.
who? By Islam? No. Islam did not mess up Pakistan. And Pakistan isn't messed up. Thank you very much.
Oh, Islam didn't mess up Pakistan, did it?
And it didn't mess
Persians messed up Persia. Understand? No, it did not. Islam did not. Islam defended and rose. The Arabian people were nothing. You're not listening. You're not listening. You're not listening. You're not listening. That's not Islam. You don't read.
You're in denial.
Let me ask you something. Okay, let me ask you something. Let me ask. Are you gonna listen? I know. Why are you here?
Because I hate
you hate
with
what?
vengeance what Islam has done to my country.
You're a hater then.
No, yeah, I hate that.
You're a hater.
Ideology.
Yeah.
That guy's a crazy fascist anti-Semite, by the way. He has hinted at the idea that he wants all Jews to die very strongly. He's friends with Sneeko, too.
My results. But if you're worried about your own water, you should contact your provider directly for the most relevant information. It's concerning just how unregulated drinking water has been.
It was actually only a year ago, in April 2024, that the US EPA finally set legal limits for PFAS in drinking water.
The safe level for PFOA went down from DuPont's initial 1 part per billion to 4 parts per trillion.
So we're no longer talking about 1 drop of PFOA in 20 of these tanks, we're talking about 1 drop in 5,000. That's 5 Olympic-sized swimming pools. And if there's even a drop of PFOA in there, the EPA is concerned.
The same 4 parts per trillion limit was also set for PFOS, the sister chemical, and Gen X went down from the 70,000 parts per trillion initially proposed by Chemours to just 10. The same goes for PFH excess. For reference, the EPA's limit for lead in water is 10,000 parts per trillion, and for cyanide, 200,000.
It gives you a pretty clear indication of how concerned the scientific community is.
And just when we got EPA limits, we got a new administration in the US, which might be reversing some of the PFAS bans.
Oh, yeah.
So you can't always depend.
Oh, yeah, Mr. I want the cleanest drinking water. Uh-huh, okay.
Depend on the regulators, and you seemingly can't depend on the companies that make this stuff to dispose of it safely. So what can you do?
If your water is contaminated, you might want to consider getting a PFAS-certified filter. Reverse osmosis, granulated active carbon, and ion exchange filters are all capable of removing PFAS out of drinking water.
Yeah, I've got, this house is equipped with a reverse osmosis filter.
But the responsibility to filter drinking water shouldn't come down to the individual. PFAS should be captured at the source during manufacturing, before they ever reach the environment. And some companies, like Pure Affinity, are developing custom filters to make that happen.
So, very lab-looking lab.
Exactly, yeah. So could you walk me through like what all these pipes do and what do you have in here?
So this water is representative of where you've had a big firefighting foam incident. So you want to filter this water, but basically the concept is take it from the top through the vessel. As it passes through this material, it basically sticks on to some of the PFAS chemicals in water, and then you run into another part of treatment, and a third one.
To me, it seems like if PFAS are so like bioaccumulative and actually persistent and stable, they don't really react with things. So how do you...
Alternative about PFAS exposure is currently our only option because there are no approved medical treatments available.
However, if you compare PFAS contamination between the sexes, male levels are consistently higher, at least up until around the age of 50, when menopause usually starts.
This is
interesting. Ben Overbitch donated $2 based RFK Jr.
We're phasing out most animal studies at NIH and FDA, which again is a very expensive part of the process. And because we can accomplish a lot of those goals on safety and efficacy, we phased out.
Yeah, that's actually good. I think Biden, under the Biden administration, or no, was it? I can't remember which. I think it was under Biden where he passed that bill to phase out animal testing, but I'm glad they're finally getting rid of it. It's just a huge roadblock to scientific progress, and you're just torturing animals for no reason. I didn't think of this alternative to cottage cheese. I don't know how tofu is an alternative to cottage cheese. It's like saying water is an alternative to piss. I mean, piss is piss, water is water. I guess there's water in piss, but cottage cheese is just fucking disgusting. Like, they're not the same thing. I guess you can make tofu taste like cottage cheese, sort of, but cottage cheese is some of the most vile, disgusting shit I've ever had in my fucking life. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
This is partly because menstruation, birth, and lactation are all ways PFAS can escape the body. PFAS can pass through the placenta and into the fetus during pregnancy. And then the baby can also get exposed through breast milk.
It's something that pregnant people should be extremely careful about. Young children are incredibly susceptible. They're drinking more water, they are growing, they are near surfaces like treated carpets.
Now, not everyone has to change their lifestyle because of PFAS.
But if you're in a high-risk group because of pregnancy or because you live or work in a PFAS-contaminated area, you might want to consider it.
Firefighters have especially high PFAS levels because their gear and foams are laced with them. Remarkably, a 2022 study found that when firefighters donated blood or plasma frequently enough, they reduced their PFAS levels by up to 30% within a year.
It's kind of ironic that, our health system's coming back to bloodletting.
Might actually be worth donating blood.
What do you think about the idea of donating blood as a way to reduce PFAS in the body?
I've never heard of that as a strategy. That's kind of interesting. Well, I definitely recommend people donate blood more frequently, not because of PFAS exposure, but because of the fact we desperately need blood. What's important to note is that, especially in this current administration, we need to be very careful about shifting budgets away from research agencies, because without that research, the guidance that I'm giving is going to be significantly more flawed. The reason I'm able to talk about what we know and what we don't know comes from that research. So if we're going to be cutting the budgets to these major agencies and letting scientists go, we're only going to get worse and worse information.
We are still a good few years away from proper medical treatment and better PFAS regulations because this is extremely tricky. There are places where we should ban PFAS completely, like hygiene products, cosmetics, and food packaging, and some countries are already doing that. But we also can't ban PFAS altogether, at least not yet, because we still rely on these chemicals for things like medical implants, and it's currently impossible to make semiconductors for our electronics without them.
All the tubing for the vaccine manufacturing is PFAS-based. They take us to space as well, our spacesuits. But even in these niche applications, we have to be responsible around how we use it.
People are coming together from a lot of different disciplines to create destruction.
Well, that's interesting. Okay. Let's, play Doom. I'm just gonna go take a piss.
Politics ments.
Let me take a look.
Of compassion and dignity for migrants and for defending free movement. Now he talks of islands of strangers and taking back control. Somebody here has to call this out, Mr. Speaker. It seems the only principle he consistently defends is whichever he last heard in a focus group. So I ask him, is there any belief he holds which survives a week in Downing Street?
Yes, the belief that she talks rubbish. Mr. Speaker.
Get fucked. Yeah, somebody already sent me that one.
I feel bad that guy was sticking up for us, but
white boy. This is how. Shut the fuck up, bitch. This is the fucking. I said, bitch. I said, shut the fuck up, bitch. I said, I called you a bitch. I called you a bitch. I called you a bitch. When a grown man speaks, you shut the fuck up, bitch. You fucking homo. Shut the fuck up, you fucking homo. Because anybody that takes a dick in the butt is the devil. You fucking Nazi. You fucking faggot Nazi. We outside. Oh my God. He's over here. He's over here. Come on. No, I'm building it here on Earth.
Alright, well this Diddy trial is gonna be retarded. This is unusual, 3:59 p.m. ET today. A trader bought $3 million worth of United Health. UNH puts per cheddar flow 3 hours later, 7 p.m. The Department of Justice announced probe into potential Medicare fraud. Stock is now down 8% after hours and 55% over last month. Someone already knows. Or someone always knows. That's weird. Yeah, there's... I mean, this has to happen all the fucking time, right? With insider trading. Has to happen fucking constantly. Ugh. Alright. I'm just gonna go take a piss, and then we'll start playing Doom Dark Ages. Oh. All right, I am back. That's a little weird. I already updated the microcode. Yeah, I'll just play it anyway. Oh, hey Gum Gum. That is like way too dark. I'll just set it to default. Make it slightly darker, but these things don't work well, I find. "90-degree field of view should be okay." Alright, seems fine. Okay.
Another fool's errand, witch. You have wasted our time once again.
We will not leave here until the heart of Argent is found. It is close.
The Horde will tear this village to pieces, but our time is running out. Soon, the humans will summon him.
King Nomi, we found their entry point. It doesn't make sense, sir.
The barrier is still holding, but our scans show that 3 portals were open from inside the village.
The demons couldn't get past the barrier, so their followers are letting them in. Thera.
The transports. How much time?
Get me the new bishop. Valen's armored division is still an hour away.
We could try and launch the Atlands.
There's no time.
Yes, there's a woman in the game, so it's woke.
Bishop Creed. We need him.
Where has Svaria been hiding? Did all the blood he drinks finally catch up to him? And do you work out your forearms or not really?
No one knows exactly where he is. Some people think he's hiding in Kazakhstan. And I do work out my forearms. Do a fair bit of forearm training. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Street Doctor.
Commander. Thera, this temple must remain guarded.
The village of Kalim is a mining settlement. If it falls, everything will be destroyed, including your Sentinel energy reserves.
Launch the Slayer.
Total purification targeted for the village of Kalim.
Yeah, I still use Captain's Crush. I'll just lower the volume a little bit, just so it doesn't drown out my voice. Oh wait, do I have to? No.
Launching the Slayer in 3, 2, 1. Release.
Fuck yeah, bitch.
Impact confirmed. The Slayer has been activated.
Ah, shit. Oh, fuck.
The Slayer is dangerous. Keep your distance.
fine.
We can't stay here.
Ensign, do you have a lock on the Slayer's location? Confirmed. Weapon drop incoming in 3, 2, 1.
G to use. Are you kidding me? Oh, can we punch people now? That looks sick. E perform melee attacks. Okay, finally. Store up to 3 charges. Striking demon with melee attacks to drop ammo for your weapons. Power gauntlet charges regenerate over time or by finding melee ammo. Okay. Fuck. Oh my god. There we go. Can't really tell how I like the game so far. It's very different compared to Eternal. Like, I literally only just started and we're not through the tutorial yet. Shit. Yeah, this is very different.
The main gate is under lockdown. There's a key in the nearby church. Route and the location.
I'm starting to kind of understand it more, but this is very different. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Oh my goodness, look who I have. Look who's here. It's my kitty. Oh, it's my sweet little handsome boy, Gum Gum. How are you doing, Gum Gum? Oh, that's my baby. Wanna come lie down, kitty? Oh, you're such a good boy. Yeah, come play Doom with me. Do you like Doom the Dark Ages? You like Doom, guy? Yeah, Gummy loves killing demons. Oh, he hates demons so much, 'cause he's a good boy. He always wants to destroy the forces of evil. Isn't that right, Gum Gum? Yes. I don't know why you have to sit there. There's like not much room for my arm. Silly baby. There we go. That's good. Fuck.
The colonists are traitors.
He's at ground zero. He located. Once he kills the demons, the portals will collapse.
Fuck. Damn it. I fucked that up.
WTF. This is beyond insanity. I can't even fathom having this much weight in my hands and trying to curl it.
$180 kilograms. Well, I don't know if you could really call that a curl, but... You know, Levin's pretty fucking gigantic, either way. He does have ridiculously strong arms. Thanks for the donation, Captain Back. What in the fuck? What the fuck? Fuck, I pressed the wrong button.
All hell gates closed. The village is secure. Tier 5 readings in the South Bay. Incoming.
A Titan has been summoned.
I don't know if I'll bother finding the secret key thing.
We have to move.
Oh, there's a Titan.
We need backup! Someone get on that turret!
They're making a final push. Targets have been neutralized. They lied to us. And now he has a leash.
The Makers felt a weapon as powerful as the Slayer.
Should be guided.
And you agreed.
He's not one
of us. They want assurances, and so did I.
beast is tearing through our ranks once again. And still, you continue to be influenced by this outsider. It is not this witch who is forced onto the battlefield against the Slayer.
All the power of hell, cowering before one man. Our enemy is...
Not sure how much FPS I'm getting. It's running pretty smooth. I'm definitely getting above 60.
Divided.
So it seems pretty well optimized, and I'm playing on ultra settings, like absolute maxed, at 4K.
The heart of Argent gives us the power to conquer the beast and crush his allies.
The Horde is yours to command.
Did I? Yeah, weird. There we go.
Now, Prince Azaric, I will be informing the High Council.
WTF, donatillers, from one woman to another, do you ever experience vaginal hygiene issues like yeast infections or chafing? No, I've never had that. Thanks for the donation, WTF.
Of your progress.
They fear him, and so your dominion over hell is not absolute.
Avoid the Slayer. We should focus on breaking the humans first. Then resume our search.
Wait, what?
Sire, the demons are now targeting the Sentinel's energy relay. It powers their transdimensional barrier. Yes. It is an energy field which prevents the demons from opening a portal into this world. It doesn't work. What you see now is a result of Sentinel civilians falling under the influence of demons and opening portals for them. A mere leak in the dam, sir. If the barrier were to break...
Gum gum. Gum gum.
Observing. Slayer vitals increasing. Slayer, prepped for launch.
It's remarkable how he can survive the power surge. Yes,
We purify his mind and leave only his hatred for the demons. But his resistance to the Tether's influence is increasing. A request to the Creed for additional energy reserves has already been made.
Launch the Slayer immediately.
I am pretty comfy.
He's at the drop zone. Deploying weapon pod now.
Targeting demonic threat.
Fuck.
Reroute all units to the energy relay.
I don't know why they assigned that button to G. It's really weird. Okay, the timing for that is really weird. Oh my god, okay, I get it, dude.
Habet facilities are under lockdown. Welcome to research and development. Operations are currently suspended. Incoming demonic presence.
Hey, plasma rifle.
Plasma gun test in progress.
People in Destiny's subreddit are talking about you in their latest posts.
That's funny. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Commander, we need assistance out here. Teleporter nearby. Mark it for us.
Whatever. Yes, this is Fortnite.
You know, for a black you're not that ignorant, whiny, noisy, smelly and dumb. Say thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the donation, little cream squirt. I donated, but I think Streamlabs wrongfully terminated my message. Huh. I've been having a lot of retarded glitches with Streamlabs for the past couple months. Fucking stupid. Can I connect an Xbox controller to a PC if I'm playing a Steam game? Yes, you can. Fuck. I'm gonna need to increase the field of view. Sadie N-word donated $2.
If you were president and you could take 3 things out of existence, what would they be? Guys, I post one freaking video about what you want to get rid of if you were president. Almost every comment said black people.
The New Republic, one of Trump's Afrikaner refugees, is quite the anti-Semite. Well... yeah, I mean, what do you expect? What's funny is, like, you think all the other immigrants that are coming from other countries aren't anti-Semites? Blacks are not your friend. Don't be this white boy screaming for his life as they try to kill him. Just stay away from them. Dude, that's insane. Yeah, well, that's South Africa for you. But, you know, whites were the problem all along. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
How was the debate? Was it worth watching?
I would say the debate is worth watching if you either don't know much about cholesterol or if you just want to see me dunk on some retard. There's some pretty minty moments. The guy was trying to say at one point that heart attacks aren't a big deal. So for either of those two reasons, I'd say it's worth watching. Thanks for the donation, James. Fuck.
Psionic leader identified.
What in the fuck? Okay. It's not too bad. I'm understanding the combat system more and I'm getting more into it. Game's too scary, play a different game. Well, you're black. Some people say you're too scary.
Are you tired? I like your pajamas. Steam locomotive emoji, musical notes emoji, smiley face emoji, cool face emoji, dancer emoji.
I am a little tired. That's primarily from not eating. But I'm doing okay. Gummy's a little more tired than I am. He's right here. Can see him right there. But thanks for the donation, James. Appreciate it. Why does it quit every time? It's so weird. It doesn't just keep going. It makes you go to the menu after each level. Oh, hell yeah.
Engines online.
Established.
Fuck yeah, bitch.
under attack.
If that core explodes, the city goes with it. Dimensional barrier is shutting down. We can't stop it now. How long do we have?
Not long. The reactor has sustained heavy damage.
Titans ahead. Support team. Deploy weaponry.
Incoming.
Hell yeah, Gatling gun. Gimme.
Approaching the core.
The barrier is critical. Relay overloading.
We need to pull everyone back. That core will explode. He needs to evacuate now.
Do I like Frenchies? What is that?
He's trying to save the city. Player, there's a strip mine nearby. I'll mark it for you.
The green ship has disappeared from radar.
Mr. Krabs donated $2. Richard, some famous Catholic debater, Agatho in politics, is talking trash about you and wants to debate you about moral realism and problem of evil. I don't believe you. I'll take a look in a bit. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs. L donated $2. Yeah, that's a thing.
To all the Black, Indigenous, and people of color, your ancestors were scholars.
No, they probably weren't.
They were engineers.
No, they probably weren't.
They were artists, and they were scientists.
They probably weren't.
So are you.
Probably not.
And more.
Well, that was very gay. Thanks for the donation, L. What channel is this guy wanting to debate me on in the politics Discord? Agatho? And I have to search this fucking dipshit's name? You're gonna have to tell me the fucking channel name. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs.
Tracking the player for evac now.
Discord channel name is Ask the Catholics, and his name is Agatho. Oh.
What if he's genuine?
Then he better come back genuine. He better come back genuine. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I can't give you a full answer because I have not seen this.
I'm telling you, priest's duty is to heavily weigh whether or not this person is fully contrite, whether he has a firm purpose to amend his ways, that he's actually sorry for his sins. Otherwise, what the heck is he there for? Except to just lay off. The priest is not a therapist. He's not here to hear about your problems.
I know.
He's here to help you with your spiritual life.
Question. But do you believe that some people may communicate their sincerity in different ways?
That would be up for the priest to decide. And when you say that, I agree with that they, that they have certain ways of expressing themselves. But the question is this, what's the best way to determine somebody's sincerity? It's not always how they speak, but also the manner in which they speak. For example, if I were to say, yes, Father, I'm sorry that I, looked at something I shouldn't have. What kind of disgusting kind of perversion is that confession? I looked at something I shouldn't have? What kind of confession is that? Doesn't even tell me what he did.
Yeah, there's actual specific ways that you're supposed to express this shit.
I'll tell you this: if the man's a porn addict and he goes to the confessional, he better be saying, "Father, I masturbated to this specific thing that I watched, that I accessed through this means, and I did it this many times, to such an extent that I actually soiled myself. I engaged in self-abuse to such an extent that I actually, God forbid, I don't want to go any further, but that's how explicit you should be. So he knows not only did you do it,
Detail.
you
Okay,
engaged,
so
you give
wait,
detail,
hold on.
you
I gotta
intended
weigh
to
in.
do
I
it.
gotta weigh in.
Yeah, positive knowledge.
my guy.
You know exactly how you act.
The priest does not want that much information.
Okay, first
the priest
off,
does want that.
okay, no, they do not. I have been through this whole thing through myself, not with porn, but like with another thing, right? They most often do not want the additional information. All they want is the
That's
general
Novus
sin.
Ordo priest, my guy. Trad
I'm
priests
telling
are
you,
completely
the
different.
priest don't want to
Oh
hear. I looked at a woman and I shouldn't have looked at her. What? What does that even mean?
No, they'll say they want you to say like what it is, like if it's a porn addiction or something, but they don't like want to know what type of porn or something, and or like what specific websites.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. I want to clarify. Why does the specific type of pornography not matter? Because obviously the priest needs to know to what extremities you went and to what severity the sin is.
The priests, they just don't care, man. I literally got scolded like 3 weeks ago about getting over detailed about a sin. I'm not even kidding.
What?
So
yeah, okay, but for instance, that's not the first time that's happened. It happens
that's typical
everywhere.
Novus
I
Ordo
heard
priest.
Agatha wanted to
Okay,
debate me on moral realism.
Can I speak here for a second, please? So when I do tend on a regular basis to confession at a TLM, and they'll say the same thing. They don't want all this description, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
That's
By the way,
excuse me.
That's not my experience either.
You keep saying
So I actually have multiple TLM
Word.
pediatricians in my area, and they will disagree with you greatly here, so Gatho. So I think you need to hush down a bit.
That's
no, I
not
don't need
true.
to hush
I go
down.
to a
That's
FSSP
exactly what the
church.
church teaches.
I go to a FSSP church, and my priest
Can you show
sometimes in
me
the
where to
confessional
teach that, please?
asks me for more details about my sins. He literally asked me. He's like,
It depends on how vague you are.
"No, I'm never vague."
If somebody says I watch pornography, how is that not vague?
No,
that's completely vague. He doesn't know what you watch exactly.
Is it better?
Yeah.
It does not
if it's
matter.
same
No,
sex,
no,
it's also
listen.
another
The matter is you
I got
struggle
an
with lust and you have a
example,
porn addiction.
But here's a valid
Okay,
question.
I'll
before
tell you
we go
why it
into the
matters. I'll
confessional.
tell you why it matters. Yeah, I'll tell you
I
why
have
it
to
matters.
confess
Because
all that shit today.
if a man, God forbid, I'll tell you why it matters. Because when you say porn, does the priest know whether or not this man, God forbid, watched homosexual porn, whether or not he watched BDSM, whether or not he engaged in watching bestiality or those disgusting type of themes, people dressing up
Those
like
are separate.
animals?
Those are separate acts.
No, they're
If you
all
don't say you struggle,
compromised. They're all compromised in the intention of watching. You intended to engage in an unnatural desire.
So
That's the
Agatha,
heart of the
if
matter.
I could just ask you a question.
Is the solution different
those are like three
depending on
different
what
sins:
kind?
bestiality is one,
Wait.
homosexuality is
How
one.
about this? How about before we go even into the confessional, is it right to ask the priest, Father, can I go into detail or just give it brief? Is that that's a valid question, right?
Why would you keep
They're
it
gonna
brief?
say be brief all the time.
Always
I don't know
be brief?
any priest that would say be brief. In fact, the priests that I've communicated, they say you should be as explicit as possible, yeah?
Where do you
so
live?
that the priest can properly give you the penance necessary for those specific sins.
Where do you live in the USA?
Agatho, every priest is different, and it's kind of clear. Even
But it's
I,
not
who
about
went
just
to
priests, is that they base it on moral theology. Moral theology dictates that culpability is greater when less details given. You're more culpable for your sins.
So Agatho, somebody told me you wanted to debate me on moral realism. Is that true?
No.
Okay.
I have no intention in debating you on that issue.
Yeah, we're kind of in the middle of something right now. That is a stretch for me completely. Like, dude, okay, Agatha, you're gonna lose your shit when I've had a priest told me that there's.
I figured. Thanks, Mr. Krabs.
transdimensional barrier is offline. Demonic activity is surging. The Creed has requested an immediate report.
Return to the Sentinel barracks.
I did as you asked. Now please, let her soul be at peace.
And the heart of Argent
Is sealed in a chamber. I told you, I cannot open it. No one can.
Yeah, it doesn't load the next fucking campaign. Why does it do that? It's so weird.
A distress signal was sent. We've tried contacting them. No response.
I sealed it from him, but it is an artifact of immense power. Forgive me.
They're inside!
The Heart of Argent, discovered in AR-722. An artifact said to contain the soul of the last wraith. Powers and origin unknown.
Assemble the guard.
Demons in the north wing. With the Slayer guarding the barracks, we'll take the airships. Rally at the priest signal.
Demons have entered the facility.
Oh, hey. Nice.
I wanna do these.
Let me see Death of a Rabbit.
to Martin and Tabitha, currently in the pen for tax evasion. Free my jiggers.
Mad.
Riding round in a rover. If I see ops and it's over, I'll send man straight to Jehovah when I take shots like M. Sharapova. Doing up tennis. Call man Dennis, I'm a menace. Doing up olives in Venice. Big man ting, I'm bigger than Venice.
That's terrible.
I'm pussyfooting upon your boulevard, so the ops lollygagging. We entered his establishment and caught him while he's fapping. He seemed lugubrious and clutching pusillanimous fashion. They say I'm perspicacious like an Appalachian assassin. Hops to me don't dilly-dally in a carrier grenading through the valley. Might I inquire you look at the tally? We are triumphant, it's a resounding...
Well, that's pretty gay. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit. Sengoku Donate Tellers, what if you were going for a bench PR and then someone did this to you? What you doing? Oh, I'd beat his ass. I'd literally beat that guy's ass. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku. Is the game fun now? Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Commander Thera, the demonic presence around the priest signal is getting larger.
Occult energy detected.
That's weird. I timed it well enough for the parry, but I still got damaged. Oh, what? That from that far away, the fucking barrels can hurt you? Weird. I feel like this game's too easy.
You're almost outside. There's a path through the tombs nearby.
Fuck. Oh my god.
The guy that I was dating believed that the Holocaust was okay because Jewish people hurt the environment. Wow.
Guy I was dating believed that the Holocaust is okay because Jewish people hurt the environment.
Couldn't even I don't even want to fucking get to know a fucking new girl, because it is a pain in the fucking ass. You know, you gotta sit and fucking, you text back and forth, and then you call, and then you go out to dinner, you listen to the fucking bullshit, you gotta listen to the whole fucking, you know, story, then you're gonna tell your story. It's the same fucking shit you've done fucking a million times. I couldn't even.
Yeah, it's a pain.
I train early in the morning to get the workout over and done with out of my day so I have time to do things myself, and I'm a fucking freak. Only Dorian Yates and me could train that fucking early without throwing up and vomiting on the floor. I'm a fucking freak. I'm gonna be a Mr. Olympia because I train early, you fucking idiot. People who train early are fucking gonna go far. Bye. Peace out.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit. Where in the fuck did my... Oh, it's a weapon mod.
This attack on the barracks is a diversion. My father will need help. Ensign, mobilize the Slayer's dragon. Marking the Slayer's HUD now.
Fuck. I don't know why he didn't take damage.
This attack on the barracks is a diversion. My father will need help. Ensign, mobilize the Slayer's dragon. Marking the Slayer's HUD now.
Ken Van Horst on $8. Can you please rate my dirty bulk strategy? Do you think it's easier to make gains if you are homeless because you can spend more money on food? What do you think of Doom so far?
This is day 133, going homeless to buy cryptocurrency. And on top of all of this homelessness, I'm still on the bulk, which means I'm drinking half a gallon of yogurt every single day, and we're consistently trying to hit 200 grams of protein. This is what the floor of my car looks like on an average day. And we can't forget the caffeine. Honestly, about 30% of the money I'm saving by going homeless is just going right back into the bulk. I could invest way more money if I just stopped bulking. But this isn't just about financial gains. This is about building the life I want for myself. And I'm tired of looking like a stick figure.
That guy's retarded. And the game's fun, it just seems like way too easy. The nightmare difficulty in Doom Eternal was way, way harder. Thanks for the donation, Ken Van Horst. How is he shooting me through the rock? That's fucking stupid.
Slayer is approaching the bridge to the Dragon's aviary.
Why wasn't it letting me shoot? It wouldn't let me change weapons, and it would. Oh, maybe I was out of ammo. Yeah, I get it. That's not a good strategy. Yeah, dude, this is nightmare difficulty. Like, you're not even doing anything when you do, like, when you're fighting these little mini-bosses, you're just waiting for them to shoot out some dumb attack and then you parry, and it's super easy to time. I don't know why they made the game so fucking easy. Like, you could play Doom Eternal on an easier difficulty. They just made every difficulty just easy. Like, this would have been maybe a little easier than medium on Doom Eternal? Like, slightly harder than easy, like it's in between easy and normal on Doom Eternal.
boosters online.
Jalen donated $2. I remember God of War 3 was much easier than God of War 1 and 2. I never really played 1 and 2. Played a little bit of them, but God of War 3 on the hard difficulty was pretty difficult. Thanks for the donation though, Jalen. I don't know what it compares like though to second game. How do you E to ascend, right? I have no fucking idea what the Jalen, donate $2. I mean mostly the God of War puzzles. I hated the fucking puzzles in the third game. Especially that one garden maze puzzle. That was fucking stupid. I hate mazes. Maze puzzles are the stupidest fucking thing. They're just time wasters. Like, it's not the reason you play the game. It's just there to waste your fucking time. Thanks for the donation, though, Jalen. Alright. Oh. I am tired, and I think I'm gonna go head to bed. The game's fun, but that's kind of all it is. It's not better than Doom Eternal. It's definitely worse than Doom Eternal. I think I might even say it's worse than the first game. It's just way too fucking easy. Like, this game was made for casual players, and I don't even understand that. It's like the last two Doom games were kind of made with harder difficulties for, you know, better players. But this is way too fucking easy. Really, really easy. I might refund it. I don't know. It's fine. I just don't know if it's really worth playing through for $130 with the DLC and everything. I've only got 2.2 hours. I should be able to get a refund. It's kind of a letdown. I think I'm gonna refund it. It's not worth it for the money. Well, big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Hope you all had fun. Should be on tomorrow around the same time, so I'll see you then. And sweet dreams.